The Book of Messes by Abū Uthmān Amr ibn Baḥr al-Kinānī al-Basri, known as al-Jahiz, died 255 Hijri. Translation by Muhammad al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Prelude. May God encompass you with his guarding care, aid you in showing gratitude to him, guide you to obey him, and make you among those who win through to his mercy. You have mentioned, may God preserve you, that you read my book on the classifications of the ruses of the thieves of the day, and on the detailed stratagems of the robbers of the night, and that by it you have filled every gap and fortified every vulnerable spot, and that, through the subtle tricks it taught you and the strange devices to which it alerted you, you have taken such precautions that no guile will, in all likelihood, ever reach you, and no plot overreach you. You added that its usefulness is immense, and that advancing in its study is a duty. Then you said, "Set forth for me the anecdotes of the misers, but in a serious mode, so that jest might be a resting place, and rest a breathing space. For seriousness has a certain strain that prevents one from always returning to it, and yet whoever seeks the benefit it holds must continually come back to it." You recalled the witticisms of the thief, the apologetics of the kindite, the epistle of Sahl ibn Harun, the discourse of Ibn Ghazwan, the sermon of al-Harith, and all that occurred to me of their marvels and of the marvels of others. You asked, why do they call miserliness sound management and niggardliness economy? Why do they circle around refusal and then call it prudence? Why do they set up generosity and fellow-feeling as equivalent to squandering? Why do they label liberality extravagance and altruism foolishness? Why do they disdain praise and care so little for blame? Why do they look down upon the man who brightens at the mention of his own giving and feels joy in bestowal? Why do they judge as strong the one who does not incline to praise nor swerve from blame? Why do they argue in favour of the harshness of life as against its softness, and of its bitterness as against its sweetness? Why do they feel no shame at rejecting delights in their own houses, while being infatuated with those very things in the houses of others? Why have they conspired together in miserliness? Why have they chosen that which necessarily brings upon them the name of miser, while they are too proud to bear that very name? Why are they so eager in acquisition, while being so ascetic in expenditure? Why do they behave in wealth as does one who fears the loss of wealth, yet fail to behave in wealth as does one who hopes for its continuance? Why do they give the lion's share to fear and cheat hope of its due, even though their safety has been long and their well-being all-embracing? Those in good health are more numerous than the afflicted. The benefits are not less than the needs. Indeed, how can one call others to felicity who has reserved for himself only wretchedness? How can someone claim to be a well-wisher to the public when he has begun by cheating his intimates? Why, despite their keenness of intellect, do they need to plead for something upon which the whole community has agreed in condemnation? Why, despite the breadth of their knowledge, do they boast of what all people unanimously find ugly? How is it that, when they argue in its defence, they can penetrate to farthest ends and most subtle meanings, yet they are blind to its obvious ugliness, to the hideousness of its name, to the obscurity it casts upon their mention, and the ill effect it has upon its people? How is it that miserliness both gathers for its possessor toil and scant gratitude, wakefulness and hard bedding, long sojourn abroad and long lack of benefit, even though he knows that his heir is more hostile to him than his enemy, and more entitled to his wealth than his own ally? Is he not then the very embodiment of folly and dullness, wearing as a garment heedlessness and stupidity, and then arguing for all that with weighty meanings, with fine phrases, with excellence of concision, with nearness of sense, with smoothness of expression and precision in hitting the mark, so that what appears of his meanings and his eloquence belies what appears of his ignorance and deficiency? How, then, can it be that with his subtle and far-reaching mind he perceives the remote and obscure, yet is obtuse to what is near and manifest? You said, "Make clear to me, what is this thing that has deranged their wits, corrupted their minds, darkened those eyes, and overthrown that inner balance? What is this thing for the sake of which they have opposed the truth and opposed all nations? What is this self-contradictory composition, this jarring mixture? What is this extreme dullness beside which we yet find an astonishing keenness? What is this cause through which the obvious radiant fact is hidden, while the distant obscure fact is attained? And my astonishment is not so much at the man who has thrown away all restraint in miserliness and has exposed his cheek to blame, who will accept of speech only what matches his adversary blow for blow, and of argument only what is carved in the pages of books, nor at one overmastered by his own mind, compelled to make manifest his defect. My astonishment is rather at the man who is aware of his own miserliness, who knows the excess of his own niggardliness, and yet struggles against himself therein, and contends with his nature. Often he suspects that others have seen through him and discovered what is within him, and so he tries to disguise something which does not admit of disguise, and to patch a tear which does not accept patching. Had he, just as he noticed his own fault, and perceived those who perceived his fault, also noticed his own weakness in treating his soul, in straightening his character, in reclaiming what has already passed of his habits, in overturning his corrupt traits so that they might become sound once more, he would have left off affecting what he cannot achieve. He would have profited instead by spending on those who blame him. He would not have set guardians over himself, nor seated poets at his table, nor mixed with the cold winds of the horizons, nor lived among those charged with carrying news. He would have rested from the labour of pretence, and entered the anonymous multitude. And besides all this, why is it that he notices the faults of others when they feed him, yet does not notice his own fault when he feeds them, even if his own fault lies bare, while the faults of those who feed him remain veiled? And why is the soul of one of them generous with much gold, yet stingy with a little food? He knows well that what he has given is small beside what he has withheld, and that if he wished to acquire, by means of the little he has given many times the amount he has begrudged, this would be readily at hand and easily found. And you must make me know the little slips that have grown up upon those who put on an affected air, and have thereby revealed the realities of the pretenders, that have torn away the honoured veils of those who merely claim, that have distinguished between what is genuine and what is show, and that have separated the constrained, inhibited man from the one whose miserliness flows from inborn nature, so that you, as you said, may stand firm at that boundary, and present yourself for examination against it, imagining where those slips occur and what their outcomes are. If the careful sifting of these things alerts you to some failing that you had overlooked, you will recognize its place and avoid it. If it turns out to be ready at hand, obvious and well known to you already, then look. If your capacity for endurance exceeds your miserliness, persevere in feeding your guests and in earning love by sharing a meal with them. But if your anxiety overwhelms your effort, veil yourself and be alone with your good provisions, and live as the modest live, unseen. And if the battles between you and your own nature are evenly matched, if the forces on both sides are equal and their qualities alike, then prudence will call you to abandon self-display and caution to abandon affectation. You will see that whoever attains safety from blame has truly taken spoil, and that whoever prefers trustworthiness to reckless risk has acted with foresight. You say that you have the greater need of knowing this path, and that the man of honour has the greatest poverty for this knowledge. And that if I fortify your honour from blame, after I have already fortified your wealth from thieves, I have reached for you what no dutiful father nor tender mother has ever reached. You have asked that I write for you the reasoning of Kabab when he denies jealousy, and how, in his eyes, offering one's wife falls under the heading of mutual aid and altruism, and how, in his view, the private parts of a slave girl in loan are, in ruling, like her service, and how a wife, in many of her aspects, is like a slave girl, and how the slave girl is property like gold and silver, and how a man has greater right to his own daughter than does a stranger, and is more entitled to his sister than is one far away, and how one far away is more entitled to jealousy, while a near relation is more entitled to magnanimous pride, and how multiplication of offspring is like multiplying one's tilled fields, except that custom is what makes people shrink from it, and religion is what forbids it, and because people magnify its enormity and lay to its charge more than their own true feelings. And the reasoning of al-Jahiz in making lying seem attractive in some situations and truth repulsive in others, in raising lying to the rank of truth and pulling truth down to the level of lying. How, in his view, people are unjust towards lying by forgetting its advantages and remembering only its disadvantages, and how they show favoritism toward truth by remembering its benefits and forgetting its harms. If they were to weigh up their respective uses and give equal hearing to their qualities, they would not separate them in this extreme way, nor would they look upon them with such biased eyes. And the doctrine of Sahsa in preferring forgetfulness over much remembrance, and how, in general, dullness is more beneficial than, in general, sharpness, and how the life of grazing beasts sits more lightly with the souls than does the life of the rationale. Were you to fatten an animal and a man of honour, or a woman endowed with intellect and resolve, and another woman endowed with dullness and heedlessness, you would find that fat gathers upon the animal more quickly, and upon the person of intellect and resolve more slowly. For the intellect is coupled with caution and concern, while dullness is coupled with peace of mind and security. That is why the beast accumulates fat in few days, and you do not find the like for the person of far-reaching ambition. The one who anticipates affliction lives in affliction, even if he escapes it, while the heedless one lives in hope until affliction overtakes him. Were it not that you will find these topics, and more than these, portrayed in my book, which I entitled The Book of Questions, I would have gone into much of them in this book. As for what you have asked regarding the arguments of the niggardly and the rare tales of the misers, I will show you that in their stories, God willing, scattered here and there, and in their arguments gathered together, and this is more comprehensive of this subject than any description I might give from my own store, without what has reached me of their reports in their exact form. Besides, the book will also thereby be shorter, and the shame in it less. We shall begin with the letter of Sahl ibn Harun, then with some examples from among the people of Khurasan, because of how much people talk about the folk of Khurasan. In this book you will have three things. You will either discern some subtle proof, or come to know some delicate stratagem, or gain some rare and wondrous anecdote, while you're laughing at it if you wish, and finding in it diversion when you grow weary of seriousness. And I claim that weeping is good for the temperaments and praiseworthy in its outcome, if it matches its proper place, does not exceed the proper measure, and does not veer from its appropriate direction. It is proof of tenderness and of distance from hardness of heart. At times it is counted as loyalty and deep grief for friends and loved ones. It is among the greatest means by which the worshippers seek nearness to God, and by which the fearful seek mercy. One of the sages said to a man who was greatly distressed by the weeping of his child, "Do not be distressed. This will open his chest and strengthen his sight." Amir ibn Abd Qais struck his own eye with his hand and said, "A dry, staring eye that never grows moist." And it was said to Safwan ibn Muhriz, when his weeping and remembering of sorrows grew long, "Prolonged weeping leads to blindness." He replied, "That will be a witness for it," and he wept until he went blind. Many people have been praised for weeping, such as Yahya the weeper and Haysam the weeper. Safwan ibn Muhriz was called the weeper, and if weeping is such that for as long as its owner remains in it, he is in affliction, perhaps even blinded, his brain harmed, it a sign of light-mindedness, a judgment against its owner that he is panic-stricken, likening him to a foolish maidservant or a weak, tender youth. Then what do you think of laughter, whose owner remains in the utmost joy so long as its cause endures? Had laughter been ugly in the laugher, and ugly in the one who makes others laugh, we would never have heard it said about a radiant garden, a silken garment, an ornament, or a finely built palace, that it laughs with laughter. God, exalted be his remembrance, has said, and that it is he who makes human beings laugh and makes them weep, and that it is he who causes death and gives life. 53, 43, 44. Thus he has set laughter beside life, and weeping beside death. And God does not attribute to himself what is ugly, nor does he confer his favour upon his creation by what is defective. How, then, could laughter not have a great place in the joy of the soul, and a large share in the welfare of the nature, given that it is something rooted in our original constitution and basic structure? For laughter is the first good that appears from the infant. By it his spirit is gladdened, upon it his fat grows, and through it his blood, which is the cause of his joy and the substance of his strength, increases. Because of the noble qualities of laughter in the Arab view, they named their children al-Dahak, the laugher, Basam, the one who often smiles, Talq and Talik, the cheerful. The Prophet, blessings and peace be upon him, laughed and jested. The righteous laughed and jested. When they praised someone, they would say, "He is bright of tooth, ever smiling in the evenings, quick to welcome the guest, a man of generous impulse and eager response." When they criticized someone, they said, "He is frowning, grim, ever knit-browed, his face is an insult, his countenance always overcast, he is repulsive, and his face contracted, sour-faced, as if his face had been roasted in shame." Laughter has its place and its measure, and likewise jest has its place and its measure. Whenever one exceeds them or falls short of them, then excess becomes foolishness, and shortcoming becomes a defect. People do not censure laughter except to a certain limit, nor jest except to a certain limit. When jest is intended for benefit, and laughter for that for which it was created, then jest turns into seriousness, and laughter into dignity. As for this book, I will not deceive you about it, nor conceal from you its defect. For it is not possible that it should be perfect in all that you desire, nor that its due can be paid in full as should be. There are many reports here of such a sort that, if we were to expose even one letter of them, their owners would be recognized, even were we not to name them. We do not want that for them, whether we name them outright or describe something that points unmistakably to them. Among them a friend, intimate, modest soul, and one who strives to appear generous. The excellence of the benefit you would gain from such tales could never compensate for the ugliness of the injury done to them. This whole section must therefore be omitted entirely, and with its omission the book is necessarily thrown out of balance, though it is the largest of its sections and would have the most wondrous impact on you. Then there are the tales that have no wide fame. Even were they to be made famous, they would contain no clue as to their owners, nor tie them to particular persons. And yet their beauty is never complete, except when their people are known, and when they are linked to those who deserve them, and to their true minds and proper bearers. Cutting them off from their elements and meanings causes half their savour to fall and half the charm of the anecdote to vanish. If someone were to attribute a cold joke to Abu al-Harith Jaman, or to al-Haytham ibn Mutahar, or to Muzbad, or to Ibn Ahmar, it would pass as well as could be. But if someone were to devise a truly sharp joke, delightful in its meaning, and then attribute it to Salih ibn Hanan, or to Ibn al-Nawwa, or to some dreary soul, it would turn cold and become tepid, and tepid is worse than cold. Just as if you were to compose a piece of speech on asceticism and admonition, then say, "These are the words of Baḥr ibn Abd Allah al-Muzan, or of Amir ibn Abd Qais al-Anbar, or of Mu'arik al-Ijla, or of Yazid al-Raqash." Its beauty would be multiplied, and that attribution would give it a freshness and loftiness it would not otherwise have. But if you said, Abu Ka'b the Sufi said this, or Abd al-Mu'min, or Abu Nuwas the poet, or Husayn al-Khal, it would have no more than what it had in itself. Indeed, it would be likely that you misjudge its measure, and slight it in its due. We have written for you many tales attributed to their owners, and many others not attributed to their owners, whether out of fear of them or honouring them. Were it not that you asked me for this book, I would not have borne the trouble of writing it, nor would I have placed my words where they might be met with injustice and resentment. So if there is blame or shortcoming, it is upon you, and if there is excuse, then it is for me before you. The letter of Salih ibn Harun to Muhammad ibn Ziyad, and to his cousins of the house of Ziyad, when they disparaged his doctrine of miserliness and pored over his words in the books in the name of God, the most gracious, the dispenser of grace, 1:1. May God set your affairs aright, unite your word, teach you what is good, and make you among its people. Al-Ahnaf ibn Qais said, O company of Banu Tamam, do not be hasty in rushing to civil strife. For those who hurry most quickly to battle are those who are least ashamed of fleeing from it. And they used to say, if you want to see many faults together, then look at one who is always fault-finding, for he only finds fault in proportion to the faults within himself. The first of faults is to find fault with what is not a fault, and it is ugly to forbid one who guides aright, or to incite people against one who has compassion. What we wished by what we said was only your guidance and rectification, the mending of your corruption and the preservation of God's favour upon you. Even if we have erred in finding the right way to guide you, we have not erred in the sincerity of the intention between us and you. then surely you know that we have only recommended to you what we have chosen for ourselves before you, and have made it known throughout the lands before making it known to you. What greater right, in the light of the honour that we gave you in giving you precedence, had you than to preserve the right due to our purpose in this, which was our directing of advice to you, our drawing your attention to what we had neglected of the rightful care you are owed. Yet you have neither recognized the full scope of the excuse, nor fulfilled the due of respect. If enumerating faults were a kind of piety and virtue, we would have found enough in ourselves to keep us too busy for that. Among the greatest wretchedness and furthest distance from felicity is that a man is always remembering the slips of those who teach, and yet is forgetful of the bad listening of the learner, that he magnifies the inadvertent errors of those who admonish, and yet cares nothing for the deliberate faults of those admonished. You reproach me for saying to my servant, "Knead the dough as well as you made the flatbread, so that its taste may be better and its yield greater." Yet Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him and have mercy upon him, said to his household, "Control the dough well, for it increases the return from the flour." And you reproach me for my saying, "Whoever does not know the places of extravagance in what is readily available and cheap will never know the places of economy in what is scarce and dear." I once took a measured quantity of ablution water, whose volume showed that it was sufficient, and indeed more than sufficient. Then, when I came to distribute its parts over the limbs, and to make sure that each limb had its allotted share of water, I found that the limbs were more than the water. From this I knew that if I had allowed economy in the beginning, and turned away from neglecting it at the outset, the last of the water would have sufficed as the first had sufficed, and the portion of the first limb would have been like the portion of the last. You found fault with me for this, and strove with all your might to make it hideous and ugly. Yet Al-Hasan, when speaking about extravagance, said, "It even occurs in the two things anyone might take for granted, water and pasture." He was not satisfied with mentioning water alone until he added pasture beside it. You blame me when I placed a seal upon a large storeroom containing precious, rare fruits and unfamiliar fresh dates, because within it were a gluttonous servant, a ravenous child, a foolish slave girl, and a foolish wife. It is not part of the principles of refinement, nor of the order of wisdom, nor of the habits of leaders, nor of the management of masters, that they should treat alike, with regard to precious food and rare drink, and costly garments, and splendid mounts, and every kind of luxury and choice thing, the follower and the followed, the master and the servant, just as they do not treat their seats in a gathering alike, nor the positions of their names in documents, nor the greetings they receive. How could they, when those others will not feel the loss of what the master feels, and will not care about it as one who knows its value? A man may, if he wishes, feed his dog fattened hens, and give his donkey hulled sesame to eat. You blamed me for sealing the storeroom, even though some of the great leaders have sealed up a bag of barley flour and have sealed up an empty purse, saying, "A smear of clay is better than a whole load of grain." You left alone the man who sealed up nothing, and attacked the man who sealed something. You blame me when I said to the boy, "If you increase the broth, then increase the cooking time, so that we may unite the pleasure of eating both the meat and the broth, and so that we may combine, together with the enjoyment of the tasty broth, the benefit it brings." The Prophet, blessings and peace be upon him, said, "When you cook meat, add water, for if one of you does not obtain any meat, he will still obtain some broth." You reproach me for patching my sandals, and refacing my shirt cuffs, when I claimed that a patch sandal lasts longer, is easier underfoot and more protective, more distant from arrogance, and more akin to asceticism. That patching, I said, is prudence, that preserving is gathering, and scattering is waste. The Prophet, blessings and peace be upon him, used to patch his sandal and mend his garment, and would lick his finger and say, "Were I brought a foreleg to eat, I would eat it, and were I invited only to a shank, I would answer." Sada, the daughter of Auf, once sewed together the loincloth of Talha, and he was the most generous man of Quraysh. He was Talha the liberal. Umar's garment had patches of leather on it. He said, "Whoever is not ashamed of what is lawful, his burden becomes light and his arrogance small." They used to say, "He who has no worn-out clothing has no new." Ziyad once sent a man to find him a hadith scholar, having stipulated that the scout be intelligent and well-judging. The man brought him a suitable person. Ziyad asked him, "Had you known him already?" He said, "No, I had never seen him before this hour." Ziyad asked, "Did you converse with him and probe his affairs before bringing him to me?" He said, "No." Ziyad asked, "Then why did you choose him over all those you saw?" He replied, "Today was a scorching day, and I have always come to know people's minds in days such as this by looking at their food and their clothing. I saw that people's garments were all new, while his were worn, so I assumed him to be prudent. We know that the new is better than the worn, in its proper place. God, exalted is He, has given everything a measure and assigned it a place, just as He has given every age its men and every station its speech. He has given life through poison and death through food, choking by water and killing by medicine. Patching a garment gathers together with repair, humility, whereas the opposite gathers together with waste, arrogance. They say that having few dependents is one form of wealth. Al-Ahnaf once had the leg of a goat set and ordered the same done for al-Nu'man's. Umar said, "Whoever eats an egg has eaten a chicken." A man once said to one of the nobles, "I have sent you a hen as a gift." The nobleman said, "If it is unavoidable, then let it be one that lays eggs." Abu al-Darda counted the whole of Iraq as but the lesser parts of an animal. You also reproach me when I said, "Let no one be deluded by the length of his life or the curvature of his back, by the thinness of his bones or the weakness of his strength, into thinking these things an excuse for being generous, for taking his wealth out of his own hands and transferring it to the possession of another, for allowing wastefulness to rule it and the appetites to lord over it. It may be that his life is long, and yet he does not know, that his term is extended, and yet he is unaware. It may be that he is granted a child after he has despaired of one, or that some calamity long hidden in the storehouses of fate should strike him, something that had never crossed his mind nor could be grasped by his intellect, so that he must then reclaim his wealth from one who will not return it, and bring forth his complaint before one who does not pity him, at exactly that point when he is weakest in seeking and in the ugliest state for seeking a livelihood. You blame me for this, yet Amr ibn al-As said, "Work for your world as though you would live forever, and work for your hereafter as though you would die tomorrow. You blame me when I claimed that wastefulness is quicker to be found with gambling money, inheritance money, picked up property, and gifts from kings, and that preservation of wealth is quicker with earned money, acquired property, and whatever involves risk to faith, harm to reputation, weariness of body, and preoccupation of heart. I said, Whoever does not account for the going of his expenditure does not correctly count his income. Such a one has lost the principle. Whoever does not know the value of what is in his hand has declared himself ready for poverty and willingly accepted humiliation. I claimed that wealth gained lawfully entails as a guarantee spending it lawfully, that the impure draws towards the impure while the pure calls to the pure. I said that spending upon desire is a barrier over against duties, whereas spending on duty is a barrier over against desire. You reproach me for these sayings, yet Muawiyah said, "Never have I seen wastefulness except that beside it there was some right that had been neglected." And Al-Hasan said, "If you wish to know how a man acquired his wealth, look to how he spends it. For the impure man spends only in waste." I told you, out of compassion for you and good counsel, and in keeping you loyal to your fathers, and to what is desired in your neighbourhood and your companionship and your dealings, that you live in a land of afflictions, and that unforeseen disasters are not to be trusted. If some calamity should seize upon the whole of one of your fortunes, he would have nothing to which to return. So protect the blessing by placing it in different places, for calamity does not ordinarily seize upon everything unless it seizes upon everyone together in death. Umar, may God be pleased with him, said of a slave or a slave girl, or an owned sheep or camel, or some small thing, "Separate the deaths." Ibn Sirin said to a man of the sea, "What do you do with your wealth?" He said, "We spread it among different ships. If one is destroyed, the other is saved. Were it not that safety is the more common, we would not entrust our treasuries to the sea." Ibn Sirin said, "You think her foolish, and she is skillful." I said to you, in my fear for you, wealth has an intoxication, and money a heady rush. Whoever does not guard wealth from the intoxication of wealth has already squandered it, and whoever does not tether his money with fear of poverty has already let it go to waste. You reproach me for that. Yet Zayd ibn Jabla said, "No one is poorer than a rich man who feels secure from poverty, and the intoxication of wealth is more intense than the intoxication of wine." You said he has clung to urging people towards their duties and to making them ascetic regarding excess, to the point that he uses this in his poetry after his letters, and in his sermons after all his other prose. Among what you cited was his saying about Yahya ibn Khalid, "An enemy indeed to hoarded wealth in time of need, holding back, and when he holds back, he shows greater wisdom." And his saying about Muhammad ibn Ziyad, "Two qualities, piety and a noble forbearing, and a humbling of wealth where wealth should be humbled." You reproach me when I claimed that I place wealth above knowledge, for through wealth the scholar is helped, and souls survive before they ever know the nobility of knowledge. The root, I said, has a stronger claim to preference than the branch. I said, if indeed we know things by their effects upon our souls, we also know them by sufficiency. But in times of want, we become blind. You said, how can you say this when it was said to the chief of the sages and foremost of the literati, are the scholars higher in rank or the wealthy? He replied, the scholars. They said, then how is it that scholars go more often to the doors of the rich than the rich to the doors of the scholars? He replied, because the scholars know the virtue of wealth, while the rich are ignorant of the virtue of knowledge. I answered, the state of the two, wealth and knowledge, is what decides between them. How can two things be alike when all are in need of one of them, while only some are in need of the other? You reproached me when I said, The advantage of wealth beyond basic sufficiency is like the advantage of a tool in the house. If needed, it is used. If not, it remains a reserve. Hudayn ibn al-Mundhir said, "I wish I had like Mount Uhud in gold, from which I did not benefit at all." He was asked, "Then what benefit would you have in it?" He replied, "The sheer number of those who would serve me for its sake." He also said, "Take up the quest for wealth, even if all you gained from it were that it gives you honour in your own heart and a kind of semblance of merit in the hearts of others. The share in it would still be great and the benefit immense." We are not about to abandon the practice of the prophets or the teachings of the caliphs or the disciplines of the sages in favour of people of caprice. The messenger of God, blessings and peace be upon him, used to command the rich to acquire sheep and the poor to keep chickens. They said, "Your dirham is for your livelihood and your religion for your afterlife." They thus divided all things into matters of religion and of world, then made one of the two divisions, the dirham, encompass them all. Abu Bakr al-Siddiq, may God's mercy and pleasure be upon him, said, "I hate to see a household that spends the provision of many days in a single day." They used to dislike a household that ate meat every day. Hisham used to say, "Place the dirham upon the dirham, and it becomes wealth." Abu al-Aswad al-Du'al, and he was one of the wise, elegant and astute, forbade this modern spendthrift behaviour of yours and this newly invented generosity, saying to his son, "If God expands provision for you, then expand, and if he constricts it, then constrict. Do not try to outgive God, for God is more generous than you." He also said, "A single dirham of lawful earning, spent in its right, is better than 10,000 kept clutched in the hand." He once gathered shards of ground saltwort from a cookpot and said, "You waste such as this when it is the food that would sustain a Muslim for a day until nightfall?" Abu al-Darda picked up a few grains of wheat, and someone tried to stop him, a man of the wasteful class. But he replied, "Gently, son of the Abbasid woman, a man's understanding is shown by his gentleness in his manner of living. Thus you cannot refute me, nor confute my view. So give precedence to careful consideration before resolve, and think of what is due from you before you think of what is due to you. Peace be upon you." The people of Khorasan. We begin with the folk of Khorasan, because of how much people speak of them, and we single out from them to the extent that they have singled themselves out, the people of Mar. Our companions say, "The man of Mar will say to a visitor when he comes to him, or to a sitter when his sitting has grown long, 'Have you lunched today?' If the man says, 'Yes,' he replies, 'Had you not already lunched, I would have served you a fine lunch.' But if he says, 'No,' he replies, 'Had you lunched, I would have given you to drink 5 goblets of water.' Thus, in neither case does the guest's hand find with him the least little thing. I was once in the house of Ibn Abu Karama, and he was by origin from Maruf. He saw me making ablution from an earthenware jug, and exclaimed, 'Glory be to God! You make ablution from fresh water when the well stands open for you.' I said, 'It is not fresh, it is only from the well.' He replied, 'So you spoil our jug with its saltness.' I did not know how to escape from him. Amr ibn Nahiway told me, I lunched one day at Al-Kinda's. A man entered who had been his neighbour and who was my friend. Al-Kind did not offer him any of the food we were eating, and he was more miserly than any creature of God. I felt ashamed before him and said, 'Glory be to God! Why do you not come near and share with us what we are eating?' The man said, 'By God, I have already done so. Al-Kind remarked, "After God, there is nothing greater." Amr continued, "So he bound the man by God with a binding from which he could not stretch out his hand nor draw it back. Had he reached for the food, he would have been either an unbeliever or one who had, as it were, set up another alongside God. Exalted is his remembrance." This last story is not peculiar to the people of Mahr, but it is of the same pattern as the first. Thumama said, "I have never seen a rooster in any town that was not generous, taking the grain in its beak and then dropping it before the hen, except the roosters of Mahr. I have seen the roosters of Mahr snatching away from the hens what they already had in their beaks." He continued, "So I knew that their miserliness is something in the nature of the land and in the essence of the water, and from there it spreads to all their animals." I told this story to Ahmad ibn Rashid, and he said, "I was once in the house of an old man from Mahr, and one of his small boys was playing before him. I said to the child, jokingly or testing him, 'Give me some of your bread.' He replied, 'You don't want it? It's bitter.' I said, 'Then give me some of your water.' He said, 'You don't want it? It's salty.' I said, 'Bring me some of this or that.' He said, 'You don't want it? It's such and such.' Thus I named many kinds of food and drink, and each time he would refuse me and make it hateful to me." His father laughed and said, "What is our fault? This is the one who has taught him what you hear." He meant that miserliness was in their very nature and in the roots of their blood and in their clay. Our associates claim that some men of Khorasan once lodged together in a house and were patient in doing without a lamp as long as they could bear it. At last they came to sharing the cost of the oil and making their contributions. But one of them refused to contribute or to enter into any sharing of the expense with them. So when the lamp was brought, they bound his eyes with a kerchief and remained thus until they went to sleep and extinguished the lamp. Only then did they untie his eyes. I myself saw a group of donkey drivers from among them, about 50 men, eating lunch together at a vegetable seller's near some Bedouin village on the road to Kufa, and they were pilgrims. I did not see among all 52 men eating together, while they sat close to one another and conversed among themselves. What I saw from them that day is among the strangest things that has befallen men. Mu'as ibn Imran told me. One of them said to his companion, they were either sharing a mount or travelling together, "Why do we not share food? For God's hand is with the group, and in gathering there is blessing." They have always said, "Food sufficient for 2 does not suffice for 3, and food sufficient for 3 does not suffice for 4. His companion replied, "If I did not know you were a greater eater than I would have put this speech down to counsel." The next day, when he repeated the idea to him, the companion said, "Servant of God, you have a loaf and I have a loaf. If you were not seeking harm, you would not be so eager that we eat together. Do you only want conversation and pleasant company? Then let us simply have one tray between us, with each one's loaf in front of him. I do not doubt that when you have eaten your loaf and half of mine, you will find it blessed. Yet it was more fitting that I be the one to find blessing in it, not you." Khakan ibn Sabah said, "I entered the house of a man from Khorasan by night. He brought us a small lamp holder with a wick as fine as could be. He had thrown some salt into the oil of the lamp, and had tied to the column of the lampstand a small stick by a thread, having notched it so that it had a place where the thread was bound. Thus, whenever the lamp was about to go out, that little stick would raise up the head of the wick. I asked him, "What is this stick tied here for?" He replied, "This is a stick that has already soaked up oil. If it were lost or not guarded, we would need another thirsty one. If this is our habit and its habit, in a month it would lose from our oil enough to suffice us for one night." I remained inwardly in amazement, asking God, exalted be his remembrance, for health and protection, when an old man from Mar entered, looked at the stick, and said, "O Abū Uthmān, you have fled from one thing and fallen into another. Do you not know that the wind and the sun draw from all things? Do you not see that last night, when you extinguished the lamp, the stick was more fully soaked than it is tonight, when you have lit the lamp? I was ignorant, as you are, until God guided me to what is more rightly guided. Bind here, instead of this stick, a needle or a small awl. Besides that, the stick and the toothpick and the reed may easily catch stray fibres from the cotton of the wick while we are trimming it, and the wick may be lifted up by them and lean upon them, and this may at times be a cause for the lamp to go out. But iron is smooth and is not absorbent." Hakan said, "That night I came to know the superiority of the people of Khurasan over the rest of mankind, and the superiority of the people of Mar over the rest of the people of Khurasan." Muthanna ibn Bashir related, Abu Abdullah al-Marwaz entered upon an elder from among the people of Khurasan, and found that he had lit a lamp in a small earthenware lamp holder of those green clay types. The old man said to him, "By God, no good will ever come from you. I reproached you for using stone lamps, and now you offer me earthenware. Do you not know that clay and stone lap up the oil, sip by sip?" Abu Abdullah replied, "May I be your ransom. I took it to a craftsman of mine, an oilman, who left it in the oil filter for a whole month, until it was so saturated with oil that it will never again need anything." The old man said, "This is not what I mean. That ailment is small, and I had already found its cure. But do you not know that the place where the fire meets the lamp, at the tip of the wick, never stops being burned by the fire, dried out, and drained of what is in it? Each time it becomes moist with oil and drinks it in, the flame comes back upon it and consumes it. Such is the business of the two. If you were to divide what that spot in the lamp and wick soaks up of oil by what the tip of the wick actually draws from it, you would know that the soaked-up portion is greater. Beyond this, that spot of the wick and the lamp is always weeping and running with oil. They say that if you put down one lamp with a wick and another without a wick, you will not wait more than a night or two before you see the one beneath full of oil. Consider, too, the salt that is placed under the lamp, and the bran that is put there to level and steady it. See how you find the two wrung through with oil. All this is loss and deception, and none but corrupters make light of it. And yet even the corrupters feed people and give them to drink, and they are in some state in which they can replace what is spent, even if what they replace is inferior. You, on the other hand, are feeding the fire and watering the fire. Whoever feeds the fire, God will make him on the day of resurrection food for the fire." The elder said, "So what should I do? May I be your ransom?" Abu Abd-Allah replied, "Use a glass lamp. Glass preserves the oil better than anything else. Glass does not sweat, nor does it soak up. It does not accept the grime that cannot be removed except by hard scrubbing or by burning with fire, and either of these returns the lamp to its first thirst. Glass keeps water and earth more securely than the purest gold, and yet it is a thing made, whereas gold is created. If gold excels it in hardness, glass excels gold in clarity. Glass displays while gold conceals, and because the wick is at its centre, the sides of the lamp are not scorched by the blaze of the flame, as are the sides of a stone or clay lamp where the fire actually sits. When the ray of the flame strikes the essence of the glass, the flame and the lamp together become as though a single lamp, each reflecting its light back upon the other. Consider the ray when it falls upon the surface of a mirror, or upon the surface of water, or upon glass. Then look how its light is multiplied. Yet when it falls upon the naked eye of a human being, it dazes him and may even blind him. God, exalted be his remembrance, has said, God is the light of the heavens and the earth. The parable of his light is, as it were, that of a niche containing a lamp. The lamp is within glass. The glass is like a shining star, lit from a blessed tree, an olive, neither of the east nor of the west, the oil of which would well nigh give light, even though fire had not touched it, light upon light. God guides to his light whomever he wills. 24:35. The oil in the glass is light upon light, radiance upon radiance, multiplied. And this, besides the superiority of the beauty of a glass lamp over that of stone or clay lamps. This Abu Abdallah was among the sweetest of people, the most charming in his miserliness, and the most ostentatious of them. He entered upon Dhu al-Yaminayn, Tahir ibn al-Husayn, who had known him back in Khurasan from their theological discussions. Tahir said to him, "How long have you been residing in Iraq, Abu Abdullah?" He replied, "I have been in Iraq for 20 years, and I have been fasting continuously for 40. Tahir laughed and said, "We asked you about one matter, Abu Abdullah, and you answered us about two. The story of the Iraqi and the man from Maro. Among the astonishing tales of the people of Maro is one we have heard from our elders, recounted in this form. There was a man from Maro who used to come every year on pilgrimage and to trade. He would lodge with an Iraqi who would honour him and spare him all expense. The man from Mar would often say to this Iraqi, 'If only I could see you in Mar, that I might repay you for the kindness you have long bestowed upon me, and for the fresh benefactions you renew on every visit. Here, however, God has made you free of any need of me.' After many years, some concern of the Iraqis called him to that region. Among the things that made the burden of the journey and the loneliness of expatriation lighter upon him was that the man from Mar would be there. When he arrived, he went straight to him in his travel clothes, with his cloak and headcloth and turban, intending to unload his baggage at his house, as one does with a trusted friend and the place of one's comfort. He found the man from Mar sitting among his fellows. The Iraqi embraced him, but the man from Mar did not seem to recognize him or ask about him as one would ask about someone one had ever met. The Iraqi said to himself, "Perhaps his failure to recognize me is because of my face covering." So he removed it and began to question him, but he found him even more unrecognizing than before. The Iraqi said, "It is that he is confused by my turban." So he removed it and announced his lineage and again renewed his questioning. He found the man from Mara more denying than ever. He said, "Perhaps he is confused by my skull-cap, Kalansua." By now the man from Mara knew that nothing remained to which feigned ignorance and pretended not knowing might cling. He said, "Even if you were to come out of your own skin, I would not know you." This was his Persian. Agar az pusti kud, babi. Hum, Nashnasamat. Joint cooking of meat. It is claimed that sometimes the people of Mar travel together or share a mount, and agree to pool their funds, and remain bound together in buying meat. Once they buy the meat, they divide it before cooking, and each man takes his portion and pierces it with a palm frond or a thread, then lets it down into the vinegar and spices in the pot. When the cooking is done, each man takes out his own thread, which he has marked with some sign, and then they divide the broth. Thereafter each man begins drawing the pieces of meat off his thread, piece after piece, until nothing remains on the string. Next they gather their strings. If they again find themselves travelling together and buying meat jointly, they reuse those very strings. They have absorbed the fat and are quite saturated with it. Their pooling of resources is not out of any love for sharing, but because each one's individual portion of meat is less than the amount that could be cooked by itself, and because costs are reduced of fuel, of vinegar, of garlic and spices, and because one pot is easier to manage than if each man had to procure a pot for himself. They choose especially sikbarj, meat in vinegar and herbs, because it keeps for days and is better preserved from spoilage. The Khurasani frying pan Abu Ishaq Ibrahim ibn Sayyar al-Nazam told me, "I once said to my neighbour, who was a man from Khurasan, 'Lend me your frying pan, I need it.' He replied, 'We did have a frying pan, but it was stolen.' So I borrowed one from another neighbour." It was not long before the Khurasan heard the sizzling of meat in the pan and smelled the aroma of tabahij, fried meat. He came to me half angry and said, "There is nothing on earth more astonishing than you. Had you told me that you wanted it for meat or for fat, you would have found me quickest in lending it to you. I only feared that you might want it for beans. The iron of a frying pan burns when what is fried in it is not fatty. And how could I not lend it to you for tabahij? After frying meat in it and returning it to its place, the pan is in better condition than it was in the house before." Divorce for washing the tray. Abu Ishaq al-Nazam said, "A neighbour invited us and fed us dates and clarified butter as a sweet dish, upon a wooden tray on which there was nothing else. One man from Khurasan was with us eating. I saw him letting the butter drip onto the tray until he had made quite a pool of it. I said to the man beside me, 'Why is Abu Fulan wasting the people's butter, eating poorly in company and scooping beyond his due?' He replied, 'Do you not know his reason?' I said, 'By God, I do not.' He said, 'The tray is his. He wants to grease it so that it will be tanned.' And he once divorced his wife, the mother of his children, because he saw that she had washed one of his wooden trays with hot water. He said to her, 'You might have just wiped it.' Eating with a group is affectation. Abu Nuwas said, "A man from Khurasan was with us on a boat heading for Baghdad. He was among their intelligent and learned ones. He used to eat alone. I said to him, 'Why do you eat by yourself?' He replied, 'There is no blame upon me in this arrangement. The blame is upon the one who eats with the group, for that is affectation. My eating alone is the original state. My eating with others is an increase upon the original state.'" Greetings and food. Ibrahim ibn al-Sind told me, "There was a man from Khurasan, an elder of ours, in charge of the suburb at the base of the Shadhurwan. He was upright and far removed from corruption, from bribery, and from ruling by whim. He was very solicitous, and just so in his holding fast, his miserliness, and his parsimony in expenditures. He ate only what was absolutely necessary, and drank only what could not be avoided. But every Friday morning he would carry with him a napkin containing 2 small loaves, some slices of cold sikbaj meat, some pieces of cheese, a few olives, a small bundle of salt, another of alkali for washing, 4 eggs, which were indispensable, and a toothpick. He would then go alone into one of the gardens of al-Kinānī, seeking a place under a tree amidst greenery and beside flowing water. When he found such a spot, he would sit down, spread out the napkin, and eat from this once and from that once. If he found the keeper of that garden, he would toss him a dirham and say, "Buy me with this, or give me for this some fresh dates, if it is the season of dates, or grapes, if it is the season of grapes. By God, beware of favoritism toward me, but do your best to choose well. If you do so, I will eat what you bring and return to you. If not, I will neither eat it nor return." If the man brought it, he would eat everything he had brought with him and everything that was brought to him. Then pick his teeth and wash his hands, walk about 100 steps, then lie down and sleep until near the time of Friday prayer. Then he would wake, bathe, and go to the mosque. This was his practice every Friday. Ibrahim continued. One day he was sitting eating in one of those spots when a man passing by greeted him with salam. He returned the salam and then said, "Come, may God grant you well-being." When he saw the man turn back, attempting to leap over the irrigation channel or cross the stream, he said, "Stay where you are, for haste is of the work of Satan." So the man stopped. The Khurasan turned to him and said, "What do you want?" He replied, "I want to lunch with you." The Khurasan said, "And why so? How did you dare hope for that? Who made my property lawful to you?" The man said, "But did you not invite me?" He said, "Woe to you! Had I thought you so foolish, I would never have returned your salam. Tell me, in the situation we are in, when I am sitting and you passing by, is it not proper that you begin and greet me, and that I then answer you, and upon you be peace? If I amn't eating anything, then I am silent, you are silent, you go your way, and I stay as I am. If I am eating, then there is another way. I begin and say, 'Come,' and you reply, 'May it be wholesome.' So word answers word. But as for word and then action, speech and then eating, this is not justice. That would cost us a great favour indeed." The man was struck by something he had never reckoned with. Word of this spread through the neighbourhood, and they said to him, "We relieve you both of salam and of the effort of responding." He replied, "I have no need of that. All I must do is relieve myself of saying, 'Come,' and then all is well." Lies for lies. A similar tale is that which Muhammad ibn Yasir told me of a governor in Fars, whether Khalid Kumrawai or another. He said, one day he was in session, occupied with his accounts and affairs, having barred every access to himself as much as he could, when suddenly a poet emerged from among those present, stood before him, and recited verses in which he praised him, eulogized him, and exalted him. When he had finished, the governor said, "You have done well." Then he turned to his secretary and said, "Give him 10,000 dirhams." The poet rejoiced with a great joy. When the governor saw his state, he said, "And do I see that these words have delighted you so? Then make it 1,000 dirhams." The poet almost jumped out of his skin. When he saw the man's joy grow still greater, he said, "And your joy grows in proportion to the growth of my words? Give him, O so-and-so, 40,000. The joy almost killed him. When he regained his senses, he said, "You, may I be your ransom, are a generous man. I know that whenever you see my joy increase, you increase my reward. To accept this from you without due thanks would be a failure towards gratitude." Then he prayed for him and went out. The secretary said to the governor, "Glory be to God. This man would have been content with 40 dirhams, and yet you order for him 40,000. The governor replied, "Woe to you! Do you intend to give him anything?" The secretary said, "Then why did you order it?" He said, "You fool! This is a man who delighted us with words, and we have delighted him with words. When he claimed that I was better than the moon and fiercer than a lion, that my tongue is sharper than a sword, and my command more penetrating than a spear, did he place in my hand anything that I could take back to my house? Do we not all know that he has lied? Yet he pleased us by lying for us, and so we will please him with words and order for him rewards, though that too is but words, so that it is lies for lies and speech for speech. But that it should be lies met with truth and words met with deeds, that is the manifest loss of which you have heard." They say that the proverb that runs on the tongues of the common people, "He looks at me askance, as if I had eaten 2 and fed him 1, comes originally from the people of Mar. They say also that a man of Mar once declared, "Were I building a city, I would build a shed specially for my beast." I said to Ahmad ibn Hisham, while he was building his house in Baghdad, "When God intends the going of a man's wealth, he sets upon him clay and water." He said, "And why mention clay and water? When God intends the going of a man's wealth, he makes him trust in being compensated. By God, nothing has destroyed people, emptied their houses and left their properties desolate, except faith in khulf, in receiving back what one has spent. I have never seen any protective garden more effective than despair." Zakah and compensation. They say that a man of Mara heard Al-Hasan urging people toward acts of kindness and commanding charity, saying, "Wealth has never decreased because of zakah," and promising swift compensation from God. The man from Mar gave away all his wealth in charity and then became poor. He waited a year and another year. When he saw nothing come to him, he went early one morning to Al-Hasan and said, "O Hasan, what you have done to me. You guaranteed me compensation, so I spent on the strength of your guarantee. Here I am, these many years now, waiting for what you promised, and I see nothing of it, little or great. Is this lawful for you? Even a thief would have treated me better than this. Yet compensation may be swift or delayed. One who gives and then stipulates conditions upon God deserves to be deprived. If the matter were as the man of Mar imagined, then trial would fall away, people would abandon trade, no poor person remain, and worship be lost. They tell that Thumama woke one morning weighted down when his house had burned down. Everyone who came to him said, "The fire will be swiftly compensated." When their saying grew frequent, he said, "Then let it burn, O God. O God, I entrust myself to your retribution. Burn everything we possess." Economy in wearing leather socks. What follows is not of the tales of Mar, but we append it because it resembles them in meaning. Sajada, Abu Sa'. Sajada said, "Some men of Mar, when they put on leather socks, khuf, for the 6 months in which they do not take them off, walk for 3 months on the balls of their feet and 3 months on their heels, so that it is as if they had only worn their socks for 3 months. They do this for fear that the soles of their socks will be worn smooth or worn through." Abu Ishaq Ibrahim ibn Sayyar al-Nazam related, on the authority of his neighbour from Mar, that this neighbour would not wear either leather socks or sandals, until the dried nabku berries had all disappeared from the roads and markets because of the abundance of their hard, sharp stones underfoot. He said, once he saw me after I had been sucking on some sugar cane. I had gathered the stalks whose juice I had sucked out in order to throw them away. He said to me, if you have no oven of your own and no dependents to feed, then give them to someone who has an oven and who does have dependents. And beware of accustoming your soul to such habits in these days when your back is still light of burdens, for you do not know when dependence will come upon you. The story of the mosque dwellers of Basra. Our companions among the mosque dwellers told us, certain men gathered in the mosque, men who laid claim to moderation in expenditure and to the growth of wealth, people devoted to collecting and withholding. This doctrine among them was like a lineage that unites hearts in mutual affection, or like a pact that binds men to mutual support. Whenever they met in their circles, they would speak of this very theme. They would cast it back and forth between them and study it, seeking benefit and delighting in its mention. The donkey and the brackish water. One of the elders among them said, you know that the water of our well is salty and brackish. The donkey will not go near it, the camels cannot swallow it, and the palm trees would die if watered with it. The river is far away from us, and fetching sweet water costs us toil and expense. We used to mix some of that sweet water with the brackish water for the donkey, but it fell ill from it, and we were grievously troubled on its account. After that we began to give it only pure sweet water to drink. And as for myself and the ewe, we would frequently bathe with that sweet water as well, fearing that our skins might be afflicted by it, as the donkey's belly had been afflicted. Thus that clear, sweet water was being wasted in vain. Then a way of improvement opened before me. I went to the place for ablutions, dug a pit in one corner, lined it with tiles, and smoothed it until it was as a rock hewn and hollowed, and I directed the runoff into it. Now, whenever we bathe, the water flows down into it, clear, untainted by anything. Were it not for the obligation of worship, the skin of the one who defecates would be more deserving of foulness than the skin of the one in a state of major ritual impurity. For the inherent cleanliness of skins is the same, and the water is the same. The donkey, moreover, feels no revulsion at water in which a person has bathed from janabah, and we are under no religious burden if we let it drink that water. No revealed book has forbidden it to us, nor any prophetic practice disallowed it. Thus we have been profiting from this for some days now, and we have dropped a burden from both our persons and our wealth. The others said, that is through God's enabling grace and his bounty. Maryam the craftswoman. Then an old man addressed them, saying, have you heard of the death of Maryam the craftswoman? She was among the women of frugality and the people of prudent management. They said, tell us about her. He replied, her anecdotes are many, and her story is long, but I shall tell you one of them, and it will suffice. They asked, and what is that? He said, she married off her daughter when the girl was 12 years old. She adorned her with gold and silver, clothed her in fine mar cloth, in brocades and silks and rich woolens. She hung on her garments pieces dyed with safflower, pounded perfumes for her, magnified her in the eyes of the bridegroom, and raised her standing among her in-laws. Her husband said to her, Maryam, whence did you get all this? For it is from with God, is it? She replied, it is from with God. He said, leave aside this pious phrase and give me a clear explanation. By God, you were never wealthy in former days, nor have you inherited wealth in recent times. You are no betrayer of yourself or of your husband's property, unless you have stumbled on a buried treasure. However it may be, you have lifted from me a heavy expense and spared me this calamity." She said, "Know that from the day I bore her until the day I married her off, I used to set aside from the flour of every kneading a single handful. As you know, we bake bread once each day. When what I had set aside came to the measure of a makuk, I sold it." Her husband said to her, "May God make your judgment firm and guide you aright. God has indeed made happy the one for whom you are a source of tranquillity, and he has blessed the one for whom he has made you a companion. It is for this and its like that the messenger of God, blessings and peace be upon him, said, 'From small herd to small herd, camels grow into a great flock.' I hope that your child will follow your righteous strain and your praiseworthy way of life. My joy in this deed of yours is not greater than my joy in that God, through you, will confirm in my progeny this pleasing path." The men rose, all of them together, to attend her funeral and prayed over her. Then they returned to her husband, consoled him in his affliction, and shared in his grief. A dirham upon a dirham. Then one of the elders spoke. "People, do not belittle small matters, for the beginning of every great thing is small. Whenever God wills to magnify something small, he magnifies it, and whenever he wills to make something little into much, he makes it so. What are the treasuries of wealth but a dirham upon a dirham? And what is a dirham but a kurat beside a kurat? Is it not thus also with the sand of the desert and the water of the sea? The wealth in the houses of the wealthy was gathered only by a dirham from here and a dirham from there. I have seen a dealer in trifles who came to own 100 jarbs of land in Arabia. Often I saw him selling pepper for a kurat and chickpeas for a kurat, and I knew that his profit from that pepper was no more than 1 or 2 seeds from each measure. Yet he went on accumulating great things from small, until there gathered in his hand enough to buy 100 jarabs. Bran water. He continued, I suffered for some days from a complaint in my chest caused by a cough that had seized me. Some people prescribed for me sugar candy. Others advised that I make a gruel from starch and sugar and almond oil and the like. I found such remedies burdensome in cost and effort, and I hoped instead for a recovery granted without them. While I was thus putting off the days, one of the well-guided said to me, Take to drinking the water of bran, hot to the touch. So I sipped it, and it was exceedingly pleasant, and it proved a strong protection indeed. I felt no hunger nor any desire for breakfast that day until noon, and when I had finished my midday meal and washed my hands, it was nearly time for afternoon. When the time of my lunch drew close to the time of my supper, I simply omitted supper altogether, and thus understood my true aim. I then said to the old woman of the house, Why do you not cook bran for our household every morning? Its water is a polish for the chest. Its substance is nourishment and protection. Afterwards you can dry the bran, and it will return to what it was before, and you can sell it once it has accumulated again for the same price as at first. We shall thus have profited by the difference between the two states. She replied, I hope that God has gathered for you, through this cough, many benefits, for he has opened for you the blessing of this bran, in which there is good both for your body and for your livelihood. I have no doubt that such advice was a form of divine enablement. The men said, You have spoken truly. Such insight is gained by sound judgment. It is nothing but a gift from above. The tinder, the fire steel, and the date stalk. Then another elder addressed them. We used to suffer greatly on account of tinder and fire steel. The stones, when their edges were broken and they became rounded, would grow dull and cease to strike useful sparks. They would harden without giving flame. Often rain or dripping from the roof would catch us unprepared. The stone would also eat away at the teeth of the fire steel, leaving it curved like a bow. I used to buy marcasite at high prices and heavy fire steels at a price that caused real pain. We also incurred expense in preparing tinder and treating the scorched scraps of cloth from which it is made, and it gives off a foul odour. Tinder cannot be made from dyed rags, nor from filthy scraps, nor from linen, nor from worn-out garments. We therefore bought it at the dearest price. Some days ago we fell to talking about the desert folk and Bedouins, and how they strike fire by rubbing together sticks of marach and afar. Our friend al-Thor, who is, as you know, one of the rightly guiding, told us that the stalks of the date clusters would serve in place of all that, and he taught me how to prepare them. We obtain these stalks from our own groves without any cost. Now our servant lights no fire and kindles no spark except with the date stalk. They said, "Many benefits have come to us today." It was to such gatherings that the ancients referred when they said, "The mutual discourse of men impregnates the intellects." Ma'ada al-Anbariya. Then one of the elders continued, "I have not seen anyone who so perfectly put things in their proper places and gave each of them its full due as Ma'ada al-Anbariya." They asked, "And what is her story?" He said, "A cousin of hers presented her this year with a sacrificial animal. I saw her then gloomy and sorrowful, her mind preoccupied, and her gaze fixed on the ground. I said to her, 'What is the matter with you, Ma'ada?' She said, 'I am a widow, and I have no guardian to manage my affairs. I have no experience in ordering the meat of a sacrifice. Those who used to manage it and give it its due have gone. I fear that some part of the sheep will be wasted, and I do not know how to place each of its portions in its rightful place. Yet I know that God has not created in it, or in anything else, any part without benefit. It is only that man is bound, inevitably, to fall short. I do not fear the waste of a small thing in itself, but I fear that neglecting a little leads on to neglecting much. As for the horn, its proper use is known, to fashion from it a kind of hook, to be nailed into one of the beams of the roof, so that dung, oil jars, and everything we fear for, from mice, ants, cats, wood-boring insects, snakes, and the like, may be hung upon it. As for the intestines, they are to be made into the strings of the comb with which we card our wool, and to that we have the greatest need. As for the skull, the jaw bones, and the other bones, they are to be broken once the meat has been scraped from them. Then they are to be boiled. Whatever fat rises to the top is for the lamp, and for flavouring food, and for porridge, and for other such uses. Then those bones are to be dried and used as fuel. People have never seen a firewood more limpid, nor a flame more beautiful than that produced by them. And when the flame is thus clear, the pot cooks more quickly, because there is so little smoke mixed with it. As for the hide, the skin itself is a bag. The wool has uses beyond count. As for the stomach contents and the droppings, once they are dried, they make an amazing fuel." Then she said, "Now what remains for us is to benefit from the blood. I know that God, exalted is He, has forbidden only the eating and drinking of blood that has been poured forth, and that there are uses for it that are permitted and not forbidden. If I do not come to know those uses before the time passes in which it can be used, then the loss of that knowledge will remain as a brand upon my heart, a mote in my eye, and a grief that will not cease to return to me." He continued, "I had not long to wait before I saw her suddenly brighten and smile. I said, 'It seems a door of insight has opened for you concerning the blood.' She said, 'Indeed, I remembered that I have some new Syrian cooking pots, and they say that nothing tans them more perfectly, nor strengthens them more than smearing them with hot, fatty blood. Now I am at rest, for everything has fallen into its proper place.' I met her again 6 months later, and asked, 'How was the dried meat from that sheep?' She said, 'May my father be your ransom. The time for dried meat has not yet come. For the present we have our livelihood in the fat, the tail fat, the flanks, the well-greased bones, and other such portions. Everything has its proper season.' At this the owner of the donkey and the sweet water scooped up a handful of pebbles and cast them on the ground, then said, 'You will never know that you are one of the squanderers until you hear the stories of the truly righteous.'" Zubaydah ibn Humayd. As for Zubaydah ibn Humayd, the money-changer, he once borrowed from a grocer, who had his shop at the very door of his house, 2 dirhams and a karat. When he repaid him after 6 months, he gave him 2 dirhams and 3 grains of barley. The grocer was enraged and exclaimed, "Glory be to God! You are lord of 100,000 dinars, and I am a grocer who does not own 100 copper coins. I live only by my toil and the surplus of a grain or 2. A camel driver and a porter cried out at your door, and you had no cash at hand. Your agent was absent, so I disbursed on your behalf 2 dirhams and 4 grains of barley. Yet after 6 months you repay me 2 dirhams and 3 barley grains." Zubaydah said to him, "Madman, you lent me in the summer, and I repaid you in the winter. 3 moist winter barley grains are weightier than 4 dry summer grains. I have no doubt you have come out ahead." Abu al-Asbagh ibn Rub told me, "I went in to see him the day after he had beaten his slave boys. I said to him, 'What is this brutal beating and this ugly disposition? These are mere boys. They have a right to honour, to sustenance, and to upbringing. They are but children, and in need of something other than this.' He said, 'You do not know that they have eaten every bit of digestive medicine, jawarish, that I possessed.' I went out to the head of his slaves and said, 'Woe to you! What have you to do with digestive pastes? What do you desire of them?' He replied, 'May I be your ransom? I can hardly speak to you from hunger unless I am leaning against a wall. What would I do with jawarish? The master himself is never sated and has no need for such things. As for us, we know of satiety only as something heard from the mouths of men. What use have we for digestive aids?' He was harsh with his slaves in his insistence that they filter his water and cool and wrap it in damp cloths for his companions and visitors. Ghazi Abu Mujahid said to him, 'May I be your ransom? Command also that the loaves of bread be wrapped and enlarged, for food comes before drink.' On another occasion he said, 'Boy, bring the khuwan of nard,' intending the backgammon board. Ghazi said to him, 'We are more in need of the khuwan of bread.' Zubaydah once became drunk in the night and gave a friend of his a tunic. When the tunic was placed upon the drinking companion, the man feared what might come of such an unexpected largesse. He knew that this was one of the slips of drunkenness. So he went at once to his home and made of it a dress for his wife. When morning came, Zubaydah asked about the tunic and looked for it. They told him, 'You gave it to so-and-so.' He sent for the man and said to him, 'Do you not know that the gift of a drunkard and his buying and selling, his alms-giving and his divorce are not valid. Moreover, I would dislike it if there were no gratitude towards me, and if people were to attribute this gift of mine to drunkenness. So return it to me, that I may give it to you sober, with a willing heart, for I hate that any part of my wealth should go to waste." When he saw the firmness of Zubayda's demand, the man said to him, "People jest and play, and they are not held to account for such things. Return the tunic. May God keep you well." The man replied, "By God, I feared exactly this, and I did not lay my side upon the ground until I had cut it open for my wife. I lengthened the sleeves and shortened the front. If, after all this, you still wish to take it, then take it." He said, "Indeed, I shall take it, for it will suit my wife as well as it suited yours." The man said, "It is at the dyer's." Zubaydah answered, "Then fetch it." The man replied, "I myself did not hand it to him." When he realized that the garment was lost to him, he said, "May my father and mother be your ransom, O messenger of God, when you said all evil has been gathered into a house, and its door was shut, and the key to that house is wine." Layla al-Naitiyah. As for Layla al-Naitiyah, the maker of precious perfumes among the Shia, she went on patching a shirt of hers and wearing it until the shirt itself vanished and nothing remained but patches. She darned her cloak and wore it, until in the end she wore nothing but darned places, and the cloak itself was gone. She once heard a poet say, "Wear your shirt as long as you can find its collar, but when its collar fails to guide you, then replace it." She said, "Then I would indeed be a foolish woman. By God, I shall darn the tear, and the tear of the darn, and I shall patch the hole, and the hole of the patch." Walad al-Qurash. I once went out, together with Abu Ishaq al-Nazam and Amr ibn Nahyaway, to the cemetery, intending to hear hadith there and to debate some points of speculative theology. We passed by the gathering place of Walad al-Qurash, which lay on our way. When he saw us, he walked along with us. When we had gone beyond the trench around Basra, we sat down in the shade of a wall of his garden. Its shade was dense and cool and smooth, because the wall was thick, its substance compact, and the declination of the sun far from its base. Our conversation grew long, and we ranged over various kinds of discourse. We were not aware how the time had passed, until midday had arrived, and it was a blazing day. When we wished to return, and felt the sun's heat falling upon our heads, I became convinced that sunstroke was upon us. I said to Abu Ishaq, while Walad sat beside me, hearing my words, "Our homes are far. This is a terrible day, and we are at an hour whose heat melts everything. The sound judgment is that we should turn aside to Walad's house, lie down there for our siesta, and eat whatever is ready to hand. This is a fierce day. When the air has cooled, we may each go our way. If we do otherwise, it is death, nothing else." Walad raised his voice and said, "On such terms as you have just expressed, it shall never be, by God. Engrave that in the very core of your liver." I said to him, "What is it in my words that you have found so objectionable? May God have mercy on you. Is it not simple need and necessity that we are in?" He replied, "You made your request in the mode of mockery." I said, "How could I have mocked when my life is in your hands and I know who you are?" He waxed angry, shook off our hands, and left us. By God, he has never apologized to us for what he did that day, right up to this very hour. I have not seen anyone else who veils his refusal in the guise of grief, except him, and except for what Abu Mazin did with Jabal al-Amr. Jabal and Abu Mazin. Jabal had gone out one night from a house where he had been staying. He feared the night watch and did not feel safe from someone following him and doing him harm. He said to himself, "If I knock on the door of Abu Mazin and spend the night with him, in the humblest room, or even in his entry hall, I need not burden him with any of my expenses. When the first column of dawn appears, I will go out with the earliest people to set out on their way." So he knocked on his door with the knock of one who is confident, who feels entitled, who fears that the night watch may catch up with him, or that someone may be following him, while his heart was full of a fear more than sufficient. Abu Mazin did not doubt that the knock must be from someone bearing a gift. He hastened down at once. But when he opened the door and saw that it was Jabal, he saw before him the face of death. Jabal, noting his silence and his inability to speak a word, said to him, "I feared the offence of the night watch, and that someone might harm or follow me, so I turned aside to you to pass the night." Abu Mazin pretended to be drunk, and made it seem that his stunned silence had been due to intoxication. He opened his mouth, moved his tongue, and said, "Drunk by God. I am drunk by God." Jabal said, "Be as you wish. We are in the days of spring, not winter and not summer. I have no need of a rooftop where I might distress your family with heat. I have no need of a blanket that would compel you to give me your own coverlet. As you see, I am full of wine and full of food. I have just come from the house of so-and-so, who is the most lavish of men. All I wish is that you let me doze in your entry hall a single brief nap. Then I shall rise along with the earliest of those who go out after daybreak." Abu Mazin, drooping his eyelids, his jaws, and his tongue, said, "Drunk, by God! I am drunk! By God, I do not know where I am! By God, I do not understand what you are saying." Then he shut the door in his face and went back inside, convinced that his excuse was crystal clear and that his mind had found the subtlest of stratagems. If you should find in this book any grammatical slip, or an expression not fully inflected, or a phrase turned aside from its customary form, know that we have left it thus because full grammatical refinement would rob this subject of its flavour and take it beyond its proper limits, except in what is quoted from the speech of the more articulate of misers and the most tight-fisted of scholars, such as Sahl ibn Harun and those like him. Ahmad ibn Khalaf al-Yazid. Among the most fastidious of misers was Ahmad ibn Khalaf al-Yazid. On the day his father died, the old man left in his house 1,600,000 dirhams and 140,000 dinars. Before they had buried him, Ahmad and his brother Hatim divided the estate. Ahmad alone took 1,300,000 dirhams and 70,000 dinars in ready gold, weighed by full standard, over and above all the other goods. I once asked him, after he had inherited all this wealth, "What has kept you so late tonight?" He said, "By God, nothing but that I ate dinner last night at home." I said to my friends, if he were not long unaccustomed to eating in his own house, and if it were not something astonishing for him, he would not have needed to make this exception and this qualification. Where else do people take their dinner if not in their own homes? A man, when asked such a question, will ordinarily say, "By God, only that so-and-so detained me," or "By God, only that so-and-so pressed me to stay." As for one who makes an exception and a condition such as this, it can only be for the reason we have just mentioned. Once, without any prompting or occasion, he said to me, See to it that you provide your household in winter with this threefold porridge. It is a thing of immense blessing and abundant benefits. It takes the place of the midday meal, and its vapours spare them the need for supper. Every kind of hot drink suffices in place of wine and in place of cold water. Whoever sips something hot will sweat, and sweat shakes the skin and drives out the harm within. It fills the stomach and forbids craving. It also warms the body so that it does for their insides what charcoal in a brazier does from outside. Drinking it hot saves you the need for fuel and for padded clothes. Fuel blackens everything and makes it foul. It is quickly consumed. Its keeper is always in danger of fire, and vast sums of money disappear into it. Worst of all is that whoever grows used to it can be warmed by nothing else. So, Abū Uthmān, hold fast to this threefold porridge. Know that it is found only in the houses of elders and people of long experience. Take it then from a wise man who has tried it, and from a counsellor who truly cares for you. He was almost never away from the houses of his brothers and companions, men of abundant means and ample provision, generous and luxurious in their ways. They would present him with delicacies, shower him with kindness, make him laugh, and treat him as a man of authority among them. They never doubted that he would one day invite them in return, and make his house a place of feasting and delight. But as his neglect of this grew long, and his postponements multiplied, they hinted at the matter, and he pretended not to understand. Then they spoke plainly, and he still held back. At last they said, "Let it be a single invitation that will have no sister." When the matter had gone as far as it could go between him and them, he prepared for them a meal that was light, pleasant, well cooked, and of no cost and no burden to him. When they had eaten and washed their hands, he turned to them and said, "I adjure you by him than whom there is nothing greater. Am I, at this very moment, more affluent and well sustained, or was I so before you ate my food?" They said, "We have no doubt that you were richer and better provided when you and that food were still united in your possession." He said, "Am I now closer to poverty, or was I closer then?" They answered, "Now you are closer to poverty." He said, "Then who can blame me for inviting men who draw me nearer to poverty and farther from wealth? And the more often I invite them, the closer I come to poverty, and the farther I recede from affluence." By the logic of this reasoning, it is part of his creed that he should break ties with anyone who has asked of him so much as a drink of water, or plucked a fig from the wall of his garden, or taken so much as a stick from the fodder of his beasts. He once passed by some men selling kids at a time when they were plentiful and cheap. The season and the low prices had stirred his appetite in proportion to what was possible, in his view, for such a thing. He sent a slave of his, named Thaqf, well known he was, to buy him a kid, and remained standing not far away. It was not long before the boy came running back, gesturing with his hand and nodding with his head to signal, "Go away, do not stay here." Ahmad remained standing. When the boy drew close, he said, "Woe to you! Why do you make me flee, as though I were a man wanted by the law?" The boy said, "This is a marvel, a kid for 10 dirhams. Are you a man of such simple mind? Go on now, go on, go on." Thus his own slave considered it a monstrous thing that he should buy a kid for 10 dirhams. Now, among us in Basra, a kid at 10 dirhams is remarkable only because of the abundance of wealth and the cheapness of goods. But in the military camps, if anyone were to object to such a price, it would only be because of how low it is and how little the animal costs, not for any other reason. Do not now say, By God, Abū Uthmān has done ill by his friend. He has not spoken ill of him until he began with himself. A man whose description is such, and whose doctrine is such, cannot be counted safe for his companions. Which of men is truly refined? This, by God, is the very height of harshness, arrogance, foul speech, and scant loyalty. Know that in relating these tales about him, I have sought only to conform to his own wishes and to win his favour and affection. I have often feared that many people might imagine me to be a secret agent of his, an ambush laid on his behalf. For indeed the dearest of companions to him is the one most eloquent in cutting off people's hopes of his bounty, and the most skilful in severing all the causes of their greed for his wealth. For all that, I have done my best for him, and he, in his turn, will make my due of gratitude contingent. If this book of mine should pass beyond the frontiers of Iraq, he will thank me. Otherwise, he will hold back. For his reputation for miserliness, in his own eyes, throughout this region has spared him the need of any further heralding of his doctrine or drawing attention to it. And how should it be otherwise, when he considers Sahal ibn Harun and Ismail ibn Ghazwan to have been spendthrifts, and deems Sufyan, al-Thawr, and al-Kind deserving of legal interdiction for their extravagance? It has reached me that he once said, "If you knew nothing of the honour in which God holds the angels, except that he has not tried them with expenditure, nor with the cry of dependents clamouring, 'Give, give,' that alone would suffice to show you their state and their rank. Finish off the wounded," a friend of mine told me. I entered the house of so and so. The table had already been laid out, the people had eaten and withdrawn their hands. I stretched out my hand to eat, and he said to me, "Finish off the wounded, and do not lay a hand on the sound." Meaning, turn to the chicken that has already been hacked at, and to the chick whose thigh has been torn away, but do not touch the whole bird, and likewise the loaf that has already been broken and soaked with some of the broth. This same man said to me, "We once ate at his place while his father was present. His little boy kept coming and going. Several times he passed by us and saw us eating. At last the boy said, 'How much you eat! May God never fill your bellies!' His father, who was the boy's grandfather, said, 'He is truly my son, by the Lord of the Kaaba,' he who skimmed off the depilatory. The commander of the garrison at the Kark gate told me, 'The owner of the public bath said to me, "Shall I not amaze you with Salih ibn Affan? He used to come every dawn and enter the bath. Whenever I was away from the tub of depilatory paste, he would rub it onto his pubic hair and his armpits, then wrap himself in the waistcloth, stand up, and wash it off in the throng of people. Then he would come again at the same hour, smear his shins and part of his thighs, then sit down wrapped in the cloth. And whenever he found a moment when no one noticed, he washed it off. Then he would come back at that time again and smear another part of his body. Thus he went on, painting himself with depilatory paste every dawn until he had consumed my whole allowance of it. And he would never approve of cooking in Syrian pots, nor of cooling water in the porous jars of madar, for those, he said, let the broth seep out, and these let the water evaporate. Abu al-Jaḥiz al-Nashawān told me. Abu al-Ahwas, the poet, told me. We used to break the fast at al-Basiyan's house. He would finish before us, stretch out on his mattress and say, "We feed you only for the sake of God. We desire from you neither reward nor gratitude." 76.9. Khalid ibn Yazid. This Khalid ibn Yazid, the freedman of the Muhallabs, he is the same man known as Khalaway, the professional beggar, had reached, in miserliness and in the craft of begging, and in the abundance of his wealth, degrees to which no one else attained. He lodged in the quarter of Banu Tamim, and they did not know who he was. One day a beggar approached him while he was sitting in one of their assemblies. Khalid put his hand into his purse to take out a copper coin. Now the copper coins of Basra are large. By mistake he pulled out a full silver dirham, and did not realize it until he had already placed it in the beggar's hand. When he noticed, he snatched it back and gave him a copper. They said to him, "We do not think that is lawful, and for someone like you it is especially ugly." He replied, "Ugly in your eyes. As for me, I did not amass this wealth by your wits, to distribute it according to your wits. This man is not one of the poor of silver, he is one of the poor of copper. By God, I recognize that only by insight." They said, "So you really know professional beggars?" He said, "And how should I not know them when I myself was a Qajar in my youth?" After that, there was not left on earth a Mukhataran, nor a back-presenter who shows you his nape, nor a common street beggar, nor a Kaganan, nor a Banawan, nor a Kuz, nor an howler, nor a child crippler, nor a swollen one, nor a Mazid, nor a feigned blind man, but that he was under my authority. For 30 years I lived on Zakura bread, the bread of alms, and there was not left on earth a carb beggar, nor any professional mendicant, but that I held the chieftainship over him, down to Ishaq, the free fighter, and Banjaway, camel hair, and Amr al-Kawkul, and Jafar Kurd Kulak, and Khan Ayarhu, and Hamuway, elephant eye, and Shahram, Ayub's donkey, and Sarduway, mother lover. By this he only wished to make them despair of his wealth, once he had come to know their greed, their rapacity, and their evil neighbourliness. He was a preacher and speaker, eloquent and shrewd. Abu Suleiman al-Awar and Abu Sa'ad al-Madain, both preachers, were among his retainers. He it is who said to his son at the time of his death, "I have left you wealth that you will be able to eat from if you guard it, and wealth that you will never be able to eat if you waste it. What I bequeath to you of good reputation, of sound planning which I have allowed you to witness, and of the habit of living among the frugal, is better for you than this money. Had I given you every instrument to protect wealth by every artifice, yet you had no helper in your own self, you would gain nothing from any of that. All such prohibitions would only tempt you, and all that restraint would only make a mockery of your obedience. I have voyaged on land to where the dust runs out, and on sea to where ships can go no further. Do not grieve, then, if you never behold Dhul Qarnayn, and leave aside the fancies of Ibn Shuraya, for he knew nothing but the outward shell of reports. Had Tamim al-Dara seen me, he would have taken from me the description of Byzantium. By God, I am more sure-footed than the sand-grouse, than the stealthy little lizard, than the man who lifts the trap. I have spent nights in the desolate waste with ghouls. I have married a female ghoul. I have answered voices from the unseen. I have moved from the company of the jinn to that of the hin. I have hunted the one-legged shik. I have responded to the half-formed nasnas. A familiar spirit has kept me company. I have come to know the deceits of the soothsayer and the sly insinuations of the diviner, the paths to which the geomancer and the augur turn, and what the bearers of shoulder-blades say. I have understood astrology and omen-taking, the science of knocks, and the art of divining thought. This money I did not gather merely through storytelling and professional begging, through the scheming of the day and the toil of the night. Wealth like this is never amassed except through braving the sea, or through the service of sultans, or through the alchemy of gold and silver. I have known the great work in truth, and grasped the secret of breaking the elixir as it truly is. Were it not that I know how narrow your breast is, and that I fear to be the cause of your destruction, I would, this very moment, teach you that by which Qarūn reached his fortune, and by which Khatun was firmly enthroned. By God, your breast cannot hold the secret of a friend. How then could it contain that which no resolve can bear, and no breast can encompass? To keep hidden the secret of a report, and to lock up treasures of jewels, is easier than to store up knowledge. Were you trustworthy with me with regard to your own self, I would make spirits flow into bodies before your very eyes, since you cannot grasp it by description, nor realize it by mere mention. But I shall cast upon you such knowledge as perception, and the smelting of marble, and the craft of mosaic, and the secrets of Kala's swords, and the medicaments for Yemeni blades, the work of the sorcerers of Egypt, and the true art of subtle refinement, if God raises me up again from this seizure. I'm not yet pleased with you, though you surpass other sons, nor do I trust you, though you are heir to your forefathers. For I have not yet put you to thorough test. I have consorted with sultans and with paupers. I have served caliphs and professional beggars. I have mingled with ascetics and cut-throats. I have frequented prisons as I have frequented circles of remembrance. I have milked time of both its udders. I have met with an age full of wonders. Had I not entered by every gate, run with every wind, and known both ease and hardship, until experience set before me the outcomes of affairs and brought me close to the hidden depths of strategy, I could never have gathered what I now leave to you, nor preserved what I have withheld for you. Nor do I praise myself for gathering it as much as I praise myself for preserving it. Some of this money came to me not through prudence and intelligence, but I guarded it for you against the temptation of building palaces, against the temptation of women, against the temptation of praise, against the temptation of showing off, and against the hands of agents, for they are a hopeless disease. I do not enjoin you to guard it because of the greatness of my love for you, but because of the greatness of my hatred for the judge. God, exalted is he, did not set judges over the wealth of children except as a punishment for the children. For when a man's son finds his father wealthy and capable, the father wishes to show him his wealth and his power, and if the father is poor and helpless, he wishes to be rid of the shame of him and of bearing his expenses. And if he is in neither of these two states, he wishes at least to be relieved of the need to humour him. So the sons neither show gratitude to the one who gathered for them, spared them trouble, protected them, and planted for them. Nor do they show patience with the one whose right God has made binding upon them. The truth, at the time when it is due, is not described by sweetness, just as the false, in its immediacy, is not described by bitterness. If you are of those sons, then the judge is your patron. But if you are not of them, then God is your patron. If you tread my path, then other people's wealth will become a trust held by you, and you will be the guardian over others. But if you oppose my path, your wealth will become a trust held by others, and others will be the guardians over you. The day you fancy that you may squander your wealth while another preserves it for you. Then, in the greed of your desire, your hope will be forsaken. Fathers resorted to endowments in order to tie down their estates upon their sons, and judges resorted to investigations to prize those estates from their sons. How swift they are to lift the legal restraint and to perceive maturity, when they wish to buy something from them. And how slow they are when their doing so would make those sons' wealth lawful for their acts of beneficence. O son of a wicked woman! Even though you surpass the sons of this age, sufficiency has disfigured you, and the knowledge of how much I leave behind has corrupted you. And more than that, you are my firstborn, and your mother was barren. Were my wealth to vanish, I would sit as a storyteller, or I would journey through horizons as before, a professional beggar, with a full white beard, teeth all in place, good bearing and acceptance written for me in people's hearts. If I asked my eyes for tears, they would answer, and a little of people's compassion is better than much money. I would become a trickster by day and practice the trade of night, or I would go out as a highwayman, or I would become eyes for some people and a spy against others. Ask about me of the brigands of the mountains, the thieves of Syria, the gypsies of the reed beds, the chieftains of the Kurds, the wildest of the Bedouin, the cut-throats of Nahar Beat, the robbers of al-Kafs. Ask about me among the Kaikans and the Qatars. Ask about me among the effeminate and the butchers of al-Jazara. How I strike when it is time to strike. How I contrive when it is time to contrive. How I fare in the clash of blades. How steadfast my heart is when I sight the scouts. How alert I am when I stand as a lookout. How I speak before the Sultan when I am taken. How patient I am under flogging. How little I complain in prison. How I drag my chains when they grow heavy. How many a dark dungeon I have pierced. How many a sealed cell I have opened. How many a prison I have endured. You did not see me with Kurdaway the maimed in the days of Sandan, nor in the turmoil of Serendib, nor in the war of Multan. Ask about me among the Kutayfiya, the Kharbiya, the Balaliya, and the remnant of the companions of Sakhr and Musakhar, and the remnant of the companions of Fas and Ras and Miklas, and of those who met Azar Abba al-Niqam. The last of those who crossed my path was Hamdaway Abu al-Artal. I deceived Mardaway ibn Abi Fatima, I out-tricked the Banu Hani. I was the first to drink wine of the west scalding hot, and the first to drink Basel wine icy cold, the first in Iraq to drink using the great drinking bowl and to make the chinkal into a gourd cup, the first to play shasparam on gourd leaves, the first to play al-Yama in the desert, the first to eliminate the square-frame drum from among the instruments. There was no veiling of faces, but that it was sheer robbery until I came of age. And tracking footprints was nothing but stripping people bare until I became a man. And you, a mere boy, your tongue ahead of your mind, your quickness ahead of your prudence. Hardship has never tried you. You have known only ease, while money was abundant and your measure narrow. Nothing do I fear for you more than your good opinion of people. So suspect your left hand in regard to your right, and your hearing in regard to your sight, and fear God's servants in the measure that you hope in God. The first moment it fell into my heart that my wealth would be preserved for me, that increase was bound to it, and that God would protect my posterity after me was this. Desire once overpowered me, and I took out a silver dirham one day to satisfy my lust. My eye fell upon its die, and upon the name of God engraved upon it. I said to myself, then I'm surely among the losers, among the astray, if I let there go out from my hand and from my house a thing upon which is written, there is no God but God, and receive in return something on which nothing at all is written. By God, a believer will take off his ring for some worldly purpose, and on it are the words, God is enough for me, or I place my trust in God, and he fancies that he has stepped out from beneath God's shelter, until he returns the ring to its place, and that is but a single ring. And I intend that every day there should go out from my hand a silver dirham bearing the stamp of Islam as it is. This is indeed a tremendous thing. He died at that very hour. His son shrouded him in some of his old tattered garments, washed him with well water, buried him without digging a proper trench or cutting a niche in the side of the grave, and came back. When he entered the house, he saw a green jar hanging. He said, "What is in this jar?" They said, "There is nothing in it today." He asked, "What was in it before today?" They said, "Clarified butter." He asked, "And what was done with it?" They said, "In winter we would put a little flour in the pot and make porridge for him. Sometimes a pot would be enriched with a bit of that butter." He said, "They say such things, but never do them. Butter is the twin of honey. Have people ruined their wealth by anything but butter and honey? By God, were it not that the jar itself has a price, I would shatter it over his grave." They said, "And so the son outstripped the father, and we had not thought that there could be any beyond his father." The types of beggars he named: the Muqattaran is the man who comes to you in the guise of an ascetic. He shows you that back in his town the bell of your gate has torn off his tongue by the root, because he was the muezzin there. Then he opens his mouth as a yawning man does, and you see, as you think, no tongue at all, whereas in truth his tongue is like that of an ox. I myself am one who was deceived by this trick. A Muqattaran must have with him either someone to interpret for him, or a tablet or sheet of paper on which his case and his story are written. The Kagan is he who feigns madness. He wrestles, foams at the mouth, and raves to the point that one cannot doubt that he is incurably insane, for so violently does he work himself up, and men wonder that such a creature can remain alive with such a sickness. The Banawan is the one who stands at your door, gently rattles the latch, and says, "Banu," which in Arabic is "my lord." The Kurs is the man who tightly binds his leg and arm with a bandage, and sleeps on them a night until they swell, and the blood is choked there. Then he rubs them with a little soap and dragon's blood, drips some fat upon them, covers them with a cloth, and uncovers just a part. Whoever sees him doubts not that he is afflicted with a flesh-eating disease, or something very like it. The Musha'ib is he who plots against the newborn child. He blinds it, or makes it cripple-handed or stunted-armed, in order that its parents may beg from people by showing it. Sometimes the mother and father bring him the child themselves, and pay him a heavy fee that he may do this, for the child now becomes a capital sum and a revenue source. Either they will themselves earn by displaying him, or they will hire him out with a known hire. Sometimes people hire out their children to those travelling to Ifriqiya, so that they may travel the whole road asking alms with them for large sums of money. If the hirer is trustworthy and wealthy, all well. Otherwise they take a guarantor for both children and fee. The fleur is he who contrives concerning his testicles, so that he shows you that he is swollen with hydrocele. Sometimes he shows you as if there were a cancer or an abscess or a horrific bulge there. Or he may do the same at his anus by inserting into it a piece of gut from some animal. Women, too, sometimes perform such tricks with their private parts. The Kagan, in another sense, is the boy beggar who has taken up the trade as a hireling and who has a touch of beauty about him, and thus performs both trades at once. The howler is he who begs between sunset and nightfall, sometimes with melody if he has a good voice and a throbbing throat. The istal is the feigned blind man. If he wishes, he shows you his eyes sunken in, or if he wishes, as if there were a film over them, or if he wishes, as if he could not see at all, through sunkenness and a discharge down the cheeks. The mazid is he who goes about with a few dirhams in his hand, saying, "These coins have been gathered for me toward the price of a woolen cloak. Add to them, may God have mercy on you." Sometimes he carries a child, claiming it is a foundling. Sometimes he begs toward a shroud. The mustarid is the man of dignified appearance and decent clothes who waylays you. He behaves as if dead from shame, fearful lest an acquaintance see him. Then he intercepts you, intercepting, and speaks to you in a whisper. The muqaddas is he who stands over the corpse, begging for its shroud, who stands on the road to Mecca by a dead ass or a dead camel, claiming it to have been his, and that he has been prevented thereby from completing the pilgrimage. He has learned the languages of Khorasan, Yemen, and Ifriqiya. He knows the cities, streets, and men of those lands. Whenever he wishes, he is an African. Whenever he wishes a man of Fargana, whenever he wishes a native of any province of Yemen he likes. The muqaddaf is the master of all this craft of begging. The cub beggar is so called after Ibn Abi Kab al-Mawsilo, who was their headman after Khalaway for a year at a watering place. And the zakura is the bread of alms given to a prisoner or to a beggar. This is only an explanation of those types which Khalaway himself mentioned, and they are in number many times those we have named. Nor was it proper for us to take pains with anything that is not in the original book at all. Various anecdotes. Yahya ibn Abdullah ibn Khalid ibn Umayyah ibn Abdullah ibn Asad once raised a loaf from his table with his hand and weighed it while the people were eating. Then he said, "They claim that my bread loaves are small. What son of an adulteress can eat 2 loaves of this bread?" I and Abu Ishaq, Ibrahim ibn Sayyar al-Nazam, and Qutrub, the grammarian, and Abu al-Fath, tutor of Mansur ibn Ziyad, were once guests at the table of so-and-so. The tray was of onyx, the dishes of glazed Chinese ware or blackthorn from Kamak. The dishes all were delicious and tempting, a meal for lords. Each loaf of bread was as white as silver, like the full moon, like a polished mirror, but their number was exactly the number of heads. Each man ate his loaf, leaving only a small piece. They were still not sated enough to withdraw their hands, yet too restrained to reach out for more and complete their eating. Their hands were as if suspended. All they did was pick and crumble and pinch. When this went on too long, our host turned to Abu al-Fath, and under the main dish there was a thin wafer of bread. He said, "Aba al-Fath, take that loaf and cut it up, and share it among our friends." Abu al-Fath pretended not to hear. Our host repeated the words. He again feigned ignorance. The 3rd time he did the same. On the 4th, our host said, "What is the matter with you, wretch? Why do you not cut it up among them? May God cut your limbs apart." Abu al-Fath replied, "May you be tried at the hands of someone other than me. May God set you aright. We have shamed you once and laughed at you once, yet you neither laugh nor feel shame. I and al-Makkah once visited this same man. I was riding a hired donkey, and al-Makkah a borrowed donkey, so that the donkey came to a fate even worse than that of a false witness. Al-Makkah spoke to the servants and said, 'I want from you not straw nor barley, only give the animal water.' So they gave it well water, and the donkey would not drink and nearly died of thirst." Al-Makki turned to our host and said, "May God set you right. They are giving my donkey well water to drink, and the home of the donkey's owner opens onto the Tigris highway. The animal knows only sweet water." Our host said, "Then mix some sweet water with it, boy." They mixed it, and still the donkey would not drink. Al-Makr repeated his plea, and so obtained the ear of one who hears only what pleases him. This man said to me once, "My brother, some people dip the morsel to its very edges in salty sauce. I say these are folk who love saltiness and do not relish sourness. But soon I see one of them take a crust of dry bread, plunge it deep into sharp vinegar, drown it in it, and sometimes hold it in the vinegar for a while, even after soaking. Then I say, these are folk who combine love of sourness with love of saltiness. And then, before long, I see them doing the same with mustard. And mustard, you know, is unbearable. Tell me, what is the nature of such people? Of what kind are they? What treatment is there for them? What medicine?" When I saw the course of his thought and his folly, and how miserliness had overpowered him, and he had surrendered to it, I said, "The most effective treatment I have for them is that the sauce be withheld from them altogether." He exclaimed, "By God, so it is. There is no other remedy." Another friend of ours, with whose table we had been afflicted, suspected that we had come to know his niggardliness with food, and that this had whispered itself into his heart, and that he imagined we had discussed his case among ourselves. So he began to affect excess in the abundance of food, and to display extreme eagerness that it be eaten, until he said, "Whoever withdraws his hand before the rest shall be fined a dinar." Some of them saw that paying a dinar was preferable, and that was, in his view, a tolerable price for the satisfaction of their souls and for what they hoped to gain from that arrangement. A baker, serving one of our associates, informed me that his master would flog him over the thorough baking of bread. He said unto him, "Bake thoroughly my bread which is placed before me. And as for the bread of those who eat with me, let it be of a measure betwixt the two measures. But as for the bread of the family and the guest, bring it not near the fire, save enough for the dough to become a loaf, and only so much that it may hold together." Thus he tasked him with the intractable, and when he was unable to fulfil it, he flogged him with the limit prescribed for a free adulterer. I related this account to Abdullah al-Araudi, and he said, "Art thou unaware of the affair of the young goat? The roaster was struck 80 lashes for the sake of thorough cooking. The master had said to him, 'Place the kid in the oven when we set the table, that I may deem thee slow in its roasting, and thou shalt say, a little remains. Then bring it to us, as though I had hastened thee.' Thus, when he placed it before them undercooked, I reckoned it against them as having presented the kid. If they ate it not, thou wouldst return it to the oven, then bring it to us cold on the morrow. Thus the single kid stands in the stead of 2 kids. One day the roaster brought it fully cooked, and the people set to work upon it. So he lashed him 80 lashes, the punishment of one who slanders a free woman. Ahmed ibn al-Muthanna spoke to me of a mutual friend, huge in body, abundant in knowledge, vast in revenue, great in authority. If a leftover chicken, or a remainder of thin bread, or the like thereof, was called for from his table, he would return the servant and the baker to the steward, that he might certify it with the master of the kitchen. And I beheld him once take a chicken and tear it in twain, casting half to the one on his right and half to the one on his left. Then he said, "Boy, bring me a tender one, for this was exceedingly tough." I deemed that the least the 2 men would do was never to return to his table again. Yet I found them boasting over me regarding what he had bestowed upon them of that to my exclusion. Perchance they would favour him, placing before him the fattened francolin and the tender chicken. The candle was extinguished on one of those nights, so al-Aswari raided some of what lay before him, seizing the opportunity of the darkness, acting upon the notion that the night is a better concealer of woe. He perceived it, and he is not perceptive, save in this realm, and said, "Thus it is with kings. They eat not with the common folk." Ahmed ibn al-Muthanna told me that they would intend upon the loaves which were raised from his table. Whatever of them was soiled, they rubbed with a vigorous rubbing, and whatever of them had lost a side, they cut with a knife from the quarters of the loaf to match it, lest he who saw it should doubt that they had done so purposely. And whatever consisted of halves and quarters, some of it was made for Tharid, and some cut like fingers, and some placed with the fried meats. I saw a man of immense proportions, grand in speech, grand in meaning, reared in the shadow of kings, possessing abundant knowledge and a sharp tongue, and an understanding of the obscurest of faults and the most subtle of virtues, yet with a severe haste in attacking the honour of people, and a narrow breast regarding what he knew of their flaws. Verily his Tharid was piebald, save that its whiteness was bright, and its other colour was reddish. I saw this once or twice. I had intended, prior to that, to admonish him regarding the thing he monopolized and appropriated, even if he might find the weight of such counsel heavy and its taste bitter to his fortune and in my regard for him. I saw that such could only proceed from the truest sincerity and the excess of brotherhood among brethren. But when I saw the piebald mixture, the markings on the legs and forehead of the horse became insignificant to me. I saw that abandoning speech was superior, and that admonition was but idle talk. Abu al-Hasan al-Madaini claimed that the Tharid of Malik ibn al-Mundhir was piebald. Perhaps this is false, but as for me, I saw with my own eyes from this man what I informed thee of. It is a thing I have not seen save in him, nor heard of in other than him. We are not concerned with naming the shameless companions, nor others among the veiled ones. As for the companion, we name him not due to his sanctity and his due right, and the other we name not that God may cover him, and for what is due to one in such a state. We name only him who has departed from these two states. Perhaps we name the companion if he is one who jokes about this frequently, and whom we see acting witty about it, making that wit a ladder to prevent his disgrace. The story of Abu Ja'far al-Tarsusi. I have not seen the likes of Abu Ja'far al-Tarsusi. He visited a people who honoured him and perfumed him, placing galia upon his moustache and his beard. His upper lip itched, so he inserted his finger and scratched it from the inner side of the lip, fearful that his finger might take some of the galia were he to scratch it from above. This and its like is only truly delightful if thou witnessest the tale with thine own eye, for the book does not picture for thee everything, nor does it bring thee the essence of the matter, nor its limits and realities. The story of Abu Muhammad al-Huzami. As for Abu Muhammad al-Huzami, Abdullah ibn Qasib, the scribe of Muwais and the scribe of Dawud ibn Abi Dawud, he was the most miserly of those God created, yet the most pleasant of those God created. He had a discourse on miserliness, and he was one of those who supported it, preferred it, argued for it, and summoned to it. He saw me once in Tishrin al-Awwal, when the cold had come somewhat early, and I was wearing a light Quistan cloak of mine that had seen wear. He said to me, "How ugly is extravagance in the sensible, and how repugnant is ignorance in the wise. I did not think that neglect of the self and poor governance had reached in thee what I see. I said, And what is it that thou disapprovest in us this day, when this was not thy speech regarding us yesterday? He said, Thy wearing of this cloak before its season. I said, The cold has occurred in a measure fitting for it. Had this cold occurred in Tammuz or Ab, it would have been the season for this cloak. He said, If that be so, then place, instead of this lining, a stuffed jubeel, for it stands in this stead, and thou wouldst have departed from error. But as for the wearing of wool today, it is not permissible. I said, And why? He said, Because the dust of the end of summer enters it and dwells in its interstices. Thus, when it rains upon the people, and the air becomes moist and everything is dampened, that dust becomes damp. Dust is but soil, yet it is the pith of soil. It is saline, and the cloak contracts upon it and shrinks, for it is wool, and its parts join together upon it. It eats it with the eating of a borer, and works within it the work of the weevil. Indeed, it is swifter in it than the termite in the trunks of Najran. But delay its wearing until the people are rained upon, and the dust settles, and the soil is matted, and the rain brings down what was in the air of dust, washing and purifying it. Then wear it upon the blessing of God. He used to go to his family in Kufa once every year, and he would buy for them grain to the measure of their cooking and their sustenance for the year. When he looked at the grain of this one and the grain of that one and assessed its price, he would measure from each one a known portion by scale, and purchase the heaviest of them in weight. He would not choose anything over the local and the Mażūli grain unless the price was close. He would, in every case, flee from the Maizani, unless he was compelled to it. He would say, It is soft and weak, and the fire of the stomach is a devil. Verily we ought to eat stone, and what resembles stone. I said to him once, Knowest thou that the local bread has growing upon it something resembling clay, dust, and accumulated grime? He said, How excellent a bread is that! Would that it resembled the earth even more than this measure. When he was in a new and washed shirt, if they brought him all the incense in the earth, he would not fumigate himself, fearing that the smoke of the wood would blacken the whiteness of his shirt. If it became soiled and he was brought incense, he would not be content with fumigation and extracting the scent from the wood until he called for oil, wiping with it his chest, his belly, and the inside of his waist wrapper. Then he would fumigate himself, that it might be more adhesive for the incense. He would say, How excellent is winter! It preserves upon thee the scent of incense. The wine therein does not turn sour if left open, nor does the broth spoil therein if it remains for days. He would not fumigate himself, save in the dwellings of his companions. If it was summer, he called for his clothes and wore them over his shirt, lest any of the incense be lost. He said once, Verily, hoariness hath a foul smell. The whiteness of black hair is its death, and its blackness is its life. Dost thou not see that the place of a gallsore on a black donkey grows only white hair? The people are not content with us in this camp, save with embracing and kissing. Perfume is expensive, and the habit of it is ruinous. It behooves him who has it to guard it and preserve it from his family. Verily, the perfumer seals it for his most special servants. I see nothing better than adopting a sandalwood comb, for its scent is pleasant, and the hair is swift to accept it, and the least it does is to negate the foul smell of hoariness. We are limited to a state which is neither for us nor against us. Thus the perfume of al-Huzami until he departed the world was a sandalwood comb, unless a friend perfumed him. Ali al-Aswari sought a loan of 100 dirhams from him and came to me sad and broken. I said to him, "Only he grieves who finds no escape from borrowing from a friend, fearful that his money may not return to him, and he counts not that gift a favour, or a man who fears complaint. For if he lends not out of generosity, he lends out of fear. This is a door wherein notoriety is the delight of thine eye. I am confident in thy resolve and determination, and in thy lack of concern for people's deeming thee miserly. So what is the face of thy brokenness and grief?" He said, "O God, forgiveness, it is not that which ails me. It is only that I had deemed that the greeds of men were set apart from me, and despairing of me, and that I had perfected this door and mastered it, and deposited despair in their hearts, and severed the causes of their thoughts. But I see myself now as one of them. Verily, among the causes of a man's bankruptcy is the greed of people for him. For if they covet him, they devise stratagems for him, and set traps for him. But if they despair of him, he is secure. This doctrine from Ali implies a severe deeming of weakness. I doubt not that I am to him inexperienced, and that I am like some of those whose wealth is eaten. He is, with this, an associate and a companion. If one like him knows me not, and my doctrine is not established with him, then what is thy thought regarding the neighbours? Nay, what is thy thought regarding acquaintances? I see myself opening without charcoal and striking fire with a damp flint. How I fear that I have been targeted by a saying. How I fear that God in his heaven has intended to impoverish me." He said, "And they say, Thy garment upon thy companion is fairer than upon thee. But what say they if he be shorter than I? Does he not stumble in my shirt? And if he be exceeding tall, and I exceeding short, and he wears it, does it not become a sign for questioners? Who is of worse effect upon his friend than he who makes him a laughing-stock for the people? It behooves me not to clothe him, until I know that he is my like therein. And when doth this come to pass? And how is that, in life or in death?" He used to say, "I desire meat that is thoroughly stewed, and I desire also that which hath some firmness." I said to him once, "How like thou art to him who said, I desire the flesh of 2 chickens." He said, "And what wouldst thou do with that speaker? Behold, I desire the flesh of 2 chickens, one a fattened hybrid, and the other a tender young hen." I said to him once, "Art thou content that it be said, Abdullah is a miser?" He said, "May God not deprive me of this name." I said, "And how so?" He said, "It is not said, so-and-so is a miser, save that he is a possessor of wealth. So hand over the wealth to me, and call me by whatever name thou willest." I said, "Nor is it said, so-and-so is generous, save that he is a possessor of wealth. Thus this name combines praise and wealth, while the name of miserliness combines wealth and blame. Thou hast chosen the viler and baser of the 2. He said, "And between them is a difference." I said, "Then bring it forth." He said, "In their saying miser is an affirmation of the endurance of wealth in his possession, and in their saying generous is a notification of the departure of wealth from his possession. The name of the miser is a name wherein is preservation and blame, and the name of the generous is a name wherein is waste and praise. Wealth is radiant, beneficial, honouring to its people, strengthening, while praise is wind and mockery, and thy listening to it is weakness and folly. How little is the avail of praise by God for him when his belly hungers, and his skin is bare, and his family is lost, and he who envied him gloats over him. We were with Dawood ibn Abi Dawood in Wasit during the days of his governorship of Kaskar. Gifts came to him from Basra, wherein were skins of date syrup, and he divided them among us. All of us took what he was given, save him. I disapproved of this from his doctrine, and did not know the direction of his management. I said to the Meccan, "Thou knowest that al-Huzami only panics at giving, which is his enemy, but as for taking, it is his lost treasure and his desire. Were he given the vipers of Sijistan, and the serpents of Egypt, and the snakes of Ahwaz, he would take them, since the name of taking applies to them. Perchance he desired preference in the division. He said, I am his scribe, and my friendship is older, and that is not the matter with him. There is a matter here upon which we have not stumbled. He tarried not, but entered upon us, and I asked him of that. He hesitated a little, then revealed his secret. He said, Its loss is multiples of its gain, and his taking of it is, to my mind, among the causes of misfortune. I said, The first of its losses is the bearing of gratitude. He said, This never crossed my mind at all. I said, Then bring forth what thou hast. He said, The first of it is the hire of the porter. Then it is in danger until it comes to the house. When it comes to the house, it becomes a cause for demanding porridge, and rice pudding, and starch pudding. If I sell it to flee from this, ye will make me a notoriety, and leave me as a sign in his eyes. And if I detain it, it goes into porridges, and the likes of porridges, and that attracts the purchase of clarified butter. Then the butter attracts other things, and this date syrup becomes more harmful to us than the family itself. And if I make it into wine, I have need of the hire of pots, and the purchase of jars, and the purchase of water, and the hire of one to kindle beneath it, and to devote time to it. If I entrust that to the servant, her garment becomes blackened, and we are fined the price of potash and soap, and she increases in eating according to the increase in work. If it spoils, the expenditure is lost in vain, and we do not recover from it a replacement by any face of all faces. For the vinegar of date wine dyes the meat, changes the taste, blackens the broth, and is not fit for dipping. This is if it turns to vinegar, but most often it turns from wine, and does not become vinegar. And if it is safe, and I seek refuge in God, and its quality is good, we find no escape from drinking it, and our souls are not content to leave it. If I sit in the house to drink of it, it cannot be done save by abandoning the honeyed Persian wine, and the fattened chicken, and the kids of Kaskar, and the fruit of the mountain, and the crisp nuts, and the fresh basil, at the home of one whose wealth does not diminish, and whose supply is not cut off, and at the home of one who cares not upon which of his two sides he falls, along with the loss of intimate conversation and fine listening. Moreover, were I to sit in the house to drink it, there is no beginning for me without a single companion, and that single one must have a dirham of meat, and a tasuj of nuts, and a kirat of basil, and spices for the pot, and wood for fuel. All this is a fine, and after this it is weariness, and a craft, and a departure from good custom. If that boon companion is not agreeable, then the people of the prison are in a better state than I. And if he is, and I seek refuge in God, agreeable, then God has opened upon my wealth a door of ruin, for he then proceeds in my wealth as I proceed in the wealth of him who is above me. And if the friend knows that I have a visitor and wine, he knocks the door, the knock of the presumptuous. If we veil him, it is a trial, and if we admit him, it is wretchedness. And if it appears to me to approve the speech of people, as he approves it from me, at whose house I am, then I have shared with the squanderers, and parted from my brethren among the reformers, and become of the brethren of devils. If I become such, then my earning from the wealth of another is gone, and another begins to earn from me. And were I afflicted with one of the two, I could not stand it. How then, if I am afflicted by giving and not taking? I seek refuge in God from abandonment after protection, and from regression after progression. Had this been in the time of youth, it would have been easier. This syrup is an intrigue of misfortune, and a plot from Satan, and a deception from the envious. It is the sweetness that is followed by bitterness. How I fear that Abu Sulayman has grown weary of my companionship, so he devises stratagems for me. We were once in a place of dignity, and in a large gathering, and the people were silent, and the assembly was great. He was in a place far from me. Al-Makki turned to me and said, while the people listened, "O Abū Uthmān, who is the most miserly of our companions?" I said, "Abu al-Hudayl." He said, "Then who?" I said, "A companion of ours, whom I shall not name." Al-Huzami said from afar, "He means only me." Then he said, "Ye envied the frugal their management and the growth of their wealth, so ye sought to defame them with this title, and introduced deception upon them with this nickname. Ye wrong the one who ruins his wealth with the name of generosity, to turn him away from his property, and ye wrong the reformer of his wealth with the name of miserliness, out of envy from you for his favour. Thus neither does the spoiler escape, nor is the reformer safe." The narrative of Khalid ibn Abdullah al-Qasri. Abu Ubaidah said, "It reached Khalid ibn Abdullah al-Qasri that people accused him of miserliness regarding food. He spoke one day, and ceased not to enter speech into speech, until he introduced an excuse for that in the breadth of his words. Among what he argued regarding the severity of people looking at him while eating, and his aversion to it, was that he said, Khalid the emaciated looked in the days of ignorance one day upon people eating and camels chewing the cud. He said to his companions, "Do ye see me when I eat with the like of this eye with which I see the people and the camels?" They said, "Yea." So he swore by his God that he would not eat herbs, even if he died of emaciation. He used to nourish himself on milk and partake of drink. That withered him and dried him. When his body became thin and his emaciation severe, he was named the Emaciated. Then Khalid said, "Behold, I am afflicted with chewing, and carried to the movement of the two jaws, and compelled to the resemblance of beasts, and bearing what is therein of foolishness and incapacity. Why should I bear it before one from whom I can escape, and with whom I have a way? Let every man eat in his own abode, and in the place of his security and intimacy, and behind his own veil and door." This is what has reached us regarding Khalid ibn Abdullah al-Qasri and his argument. As for Khalid the Emaciated, he is one of the two Khalids, and they were the lords of Banu Asad. And concerning him and Khalid ibn Nadla, al-Aswad ibn Ya'fur says, "And before thee died the two Khalids, both of them, the support of Banu Hijwan and the son of al-Mudallal." The story of al-Harithi. It was said to al-Harithi yesterday, "By God you prepare food and perfect it, and the expenditure upon it is great for you, and you return to it often. Yet for all this you witness no enemy to grieve him, nor friend to gladden him, nor ignorant one to teach him, nor visitor to honour him, nor thankful one to affirm him. And you know that when it is removed from before you and disappears from your eyes, it becomes a spoil, divided, scattered, and consumed. Were you to bring to it one whose gratitude benefits, whose thankfulness endures, and whose remembrance remains throughout the days, one who would regale you with conversation and listening, one by whom the eating is prolonged and the time is shortened, that would be more fitting for you and more resembling that which your hand has presented. Furthermore, why do you make permissible the protected food to one who does not praise you, and who, even if he praised you, would not know how to praise properly? One who distinguishes not between the delicious and the stale, nor between the coarse and the gamey? He replied, "That which prevents me from this is what Abu al-Fatih said." They asked, "And who is Abu al-Fatih?" He said, "The judge of the gallant youths. I have never eaten with anyone without seeing in him some of what he condemned, and some of what he reviled and declared ugly. It is something that is ugly even among rogues. So what is your thought regarding it when found among men of virtue and people of noble houses?" They asked, "And what did Abu al-Fatih say?" He said, "Abu al-Fatih said, the gallant youth is not a snatcher, nashal, nor a soaker, nashaf, nor a sender, mirsal, nor a stuffer, lakam, nor a sucker, masaz, nor a shaker, nakad, nor a rubber, dalak, nor a hollower, mukawir, nor a sifter, mugabil, nor a gullet talker, muhalkim, nor a swallower, musawig, nor a greaser, mulaghem, nor a greenmaker, mukadir." How then, if Abu al-Fatih saw the licker, latter, the cutter, the ripper, nahash, the puller, madad, the pusher, dafa, and the transferer, muhawil? By God, I prefer the dahakin, Persian gentry, for they found sipping noisily to be a fault, and loathed the stripping of meat from bones with teeth, and rejected the one who sucks the marrow. They ate with knife points, cut with the knife, adhered to silence during the meal, abandoned chatter, and chose the murmur of the magi. I, by God, can bear the constraint and the uninvited guest, but I cannot bear the lamuz, the gluttonous sponge, nor the jardabil, the heavy eater. The wagil, intruder at a drinking party, is lighter upon me than the rashin, parasite, at a meal. And who doubts that solitude is better than a bad companion, and that a bad companion is better than a bad table companion? For every table companion is a companion, but not every companion is a table companion. If eating together is inevitable, and sharing is unavoidable, then let it be with one who does not monopolize the marrow against me, nor seize the egg of the vegetable dish, nor devour the liver of the chicken, nor race to the brain of the sheep's head, nor snatch away the kidney of the young goat, nor swallow the crop of the crane, nor tear out the flank of the lamb, nor cut off the navel of the small fish, nor target the eyes of the heads, nor take possession of the breasts of the chicken, nor race to the giblets of the birds. Let him be one who takes only what is before him, and eyes not what is before another, nor craves the exotic items, nor tests his brethren with costly things, nor tears the veils of people by craving that which perchance cannot be found. And how can the world be set right, and how can life be pleasant, with one who, if he sees a camel dish, picks out the livers and the humps, and if he beholds a beef dish, takes possession of the bones and the marrow, and if they bring a side of roast, sweeps away everything upon it? He shows no mercy to the aged for his weakness, nor softens towards the young for the sharpness of his appetite. He considers not the family, nor cares how the state of affairs turns with them. If it must be so, then let it be with one who does not make his share of my wealth greater than my own share. And more severe than all we have described, and more malicious than all we have recounted, is that the cook may perchance bring a rare dish, or present a strange thing. The custom in such a dish is that it be delicate in form, small in volume, not like the tafshilia stew, nor the harissa, porridge, nor the radish dish, nor the cabbage dish. Perhaps he hastens it upon him, presenting it hot and forbidding, or perchance it is of a substance slow to cool. My companions, in the ease with which they swallow the hot food, possess the nature of ostriches, while I, in the severity of the heat upon me, possess the nature of beasts of prey. If I wait until it is possible to eat, they will have finished it to the last. And if I rush, fearing the loss, and desiring to share with them in some of it, I am not secure from its harm. For the hot food may kill, or it may render sterile, or it may cause the urinating of blood. Then he said, This Ali al-Aswari ate with Isa ibn Sulaiman ibn Ali. A wondrous fish was placed before them, surpassing in fatness. He ripped its belly with a single rip, and lo, it was hoarding fat. He had choked on a morsel, and he was dropsical. So he finished his drink, while every man among them had scooped a scoop from its belly with his morsel. Isa used to select his diners, choosing among them every voracious eater, and everyone fascinated by food. When Ali al-Aswari feared failure and dreaded missing out, and Isa was the nearest of them to it, he snatched the morsel from Isa's hand faster than the snatch of a hawk or the swoop of an eagle, without having eaten at his table before that time. It was said to him, Woe to you! You snatched the prince's morsel from his hand when he had raised it to himself and opened his mouth for it, without any prior intimacy or jesting. He said, The matter was not thus, and he who said that lied. Rather, we lowered our hands together. My hand fell upon the front of the fat, and his hand fell upon the rear of the fat, simultaneously. The fat was entangled with the intestines. When we raised our hands together, I was swifter in movement, and the intestines were connected and not separated. Thus everything in his morsel transferred to my morsel by that pull, due to the connection of species to species and substance to substance. How can I eat with people who commit such deeds and then argue for them with such arguments? Then he said, You advise me to mix with the wicked of creation and the vilest of people, and with every fault-finding critic and every hasty attacker of people's honour. These men are not content that people invite them, but they invite not, that they eat, but feed not, that they speak of others, but care not that others speak of them, and they are the wickedest of people. Then he continued, Muawiyah, while he was in the rank of the caliphate, at the pinnacle of Quraysh, in nobility of ambition, originality of opinion, quality of eloquence, perfection of body, and completeness of soul during the assault and the breaking of spears and the severing of swords, seated a man at his table whose abode was unknown, whose lineage was unrecognized, and who was not mentioned for any righteous day. Muawiyah saw a hair in the man's morsel, so he said, Remove the hair from your morsel. There was no face to this saying from him, save pure advice and compassion. The man replied, Do you watch me with a watching by which you see even a hair? I shall never sit at a table of yours as long as I live, and I shall recount this about you as long as I remain. The people knew not which of Muawiyah's two matters was better and more beautiful, his overlooking the man's rudeness or his compassion for him. This was his reward from him, and his thanks to him. He added, And how can I feed one whom, if I see him falling short in eating, and say to him, Eat and do not fall short, says, And why did he notice the difference between falling short and otherwise? And if he falls short, and I do not encourage him or urge him on, he says, Were it not that it accorded with his desire to save food, he would have spoken. Then he said, A man of Banu Tamim stretched his hand to the cupbearer, asking for a drink while at the table of al-Muhallab. The cupbearer saw him not, nor noticed him. He did this repeatedly while al-Muhallab watched him, having withheld from eating until he could wash down his morsel with drink. When this became prolonged for al-Muhallab, he said, "Give him to drink, boy, whatever drink he desires." When he gave him to drink, the man found it little and asked for more. Al-Muhallab had advised them to minimize water and maximize bread. The Tamimi said, "Verily, you're swift to give drink, swift to increase," and he withheld his hand from the food. Al-Muhallab said, "Leave this be, O man, for this benefits you not, nor does it harm us. We intended one matter, and you intended its opposite. And I know that I'm less than Muawiyah, and less than al-Muhallab ibn Abi Sufra, and that they are swifter against me, and grazing more freely upon my flesh." He continued, "In al-Jarud ibn Abi Sabra you have a preacher, and in Abu al-Harith Jumayn a restrainer. They used to be invited to food and honour for their wit, their sweetness, their fine conversation, and the shortening of the day through them. Yet they used to crave exotic dishes, propose rare things, burden people with heavy provisions, and test what they had with severe costs. Thus their reward for their benevolence was what you have known." Bilal ibn Abi Burda. He said, "Of that is the fact that Bilal ibn Abi Burda was a fault-finding man, hasty against the honour of nobles." He said to al-Jarud, "How is the food of Abdullah ibn Abi Uthmān?" He replied, "It is known and denied." He asked, "How is he regarding it?" He said, "He watches the morsels and scolds the beggar." He asked, "How is the food of Salm ibn Qutaybah?" He said, "Food for 3. If they become 4, they starve." He asked, "How is the food of Tasnim ibn al-Hawari?" He said, "Drops for the bride." He asked, "How is the food of al-Minjab ibn Abi Uyayna?" He said, "He says, there is no good in 3 fingers in a bowl." He went on until he had covered the generality of the people of Basra, and everyone who used to favour him with invitations, intimacy and privacy, and who let him judge regarding his wealth. None escaped him save he who kept him distant, just as none was afflicted by him save he who brought him near. Abu Shu'aib al-Kalal and Muwayz. And this is Abu Shu'aib al-Kalal, despite Muwayz's bringing him near and being intimate with him, and his kindness to him, alongside his generosity with edibles, his lowering of his gaze regarding the eater, his lack of concern for preservation, and his lack of celebrating the accumulation of plenty. Abu Shu'aib was asked about him, and he claimed he had never seen anyone stingier than him regarding food. It was said, "How so?" He replied, "It indicates this to you, that he crafts it with a craft, and prepares it with a preparation, of one who desires that it not be touched, let alone anything else. How can the tooth dare to spoil that beauty, and break that arrangement, and scatter that order, when he knows that its beauty causes shame, and its splendour strikes awe? Had he been generous, he would not have prevented access to it with this weapon, nor placed shields before it. Thus he turned his kindness into offence, his giving into withholding, and his invitation to it into a prohibition." He said, "Then it was said to Abu al-Harith Jumayn, 'How is the face of Muhammad ibn Yahya over his lunch?' He said, 'As for his eyes, they are the eyes of a madman.' He also said of him, 'If there were in his palm a kur, a large dry measure, of mustard seeds, and he played with them as the man from Ubullah plays with balls, not a single grain would fall from between his fingers.' And it was said to him, 'How is his generosity regarding bread specifically?' He said, 'By God, were there cast to him food to the measure of the Mount of Judis, and were the clouds to drain themselves of water, he would not part with a loaf.'" Abu Nuwas used to graze at the table of Ismail ibn Nubacht as camels graze in the salt bush after long hunger. Then his reward from him was that he said, "Ismail's bread is like brocade. If it is torn, it is mended." And he said, his bread is naught but Kulayb ibn Wa'il. In the nights he protected his glory, the growing place of herbs. Abu al-Shamkamak used to find fault with the food of Ja'far ibn Abi Zuhair, while he had guests in Ja'far's hospitality. Yet with that he said, "I saw that bread was mighty in your presence, until I deemed the bread to be in the atmosphere of the clouds. You did not fan us to drive away from us, but you feared the calamity of the flies eating the food." It was said to al-Jahiz, "We saw you in the vestibule of so-and-so, and before you was a bowl, and you were eating. Of what thing was the bowl, and what was in it?" He said, "The vomit of a dog in the skull of a pig." It was said to a man of the Arabs, "You have stayed with all the tribes, so how did you find Khuza'ah?" He said, "Hunger and conversations." Amr ibn Ma'adi Yakrib stayed with a man of Banu al-Mughira, and they were the people of Quraysh most abundant in food. He brought him what was present, and there was among what he brought him some surplus. He said to Umar ibn al-Khattab, and they were his maternal uncles, "The misers of Banu al-Mughira, O commander of the faithful." He asked, "And how so?" He said, "I stayed with them, and they hosted me with nothing but a bow, a dye, and a bull." Umar said, "Verily, that is a full meal. How many of the Bedouins have we seen who stayed with the master of a small herd, who brought him milk, dates, hays, dates, butter, and curds, bread, and clarified butter? So he passed his night, then morning came, and he satirized him. Why did he not slaughter for him, though he did not know him, a camel from his drove, or from his herd? Were this wretched one to slaughter a camel for every dog that passed by him out of fear of his tongue, the week would not turn before he would be exposing himself to the wayfarers, begging from people, and asking them for a hanging scrap." Ziyad asked about a man from his companions, and it was said, "He is constant, and never misses the prince's lunch." So Ziyad said, "Let him miss it, for that is something that harms the family." So they compelled him to skip days. They found fault with Ziyad for that, claiming he found his presence heavy every day and wanted to rebuke others through him, thereby lifting a great burden from himself and his wealth. Yet this action from Ziyad was only by way of consideration for the families, just as the shepherd considers the flock, following the doctrine of Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him. Al-Hasan said, "Ziyad imitated Umar, but exceeded the bounds, and Al-Hajjaj imitated Ziyad, but destroyed the people. Yet you made that a fault in him." Yusuf ibn Omar said to the managers of his tables, "Make the tharid, bread and meat broth, large, for it is the morsel of the toothless woman. For there may attend your food the elder whose mouth has gone, and the child whose mouth has not grown. And feed them what they know, for it is more beneficial and more healing for the craving." Yet you said, "He intended only haste and ease, by the speed of finishing, and to plot against them with the tharid, filling their chests with the broth." The Hadith of the Messenger. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "The master of food is tharid, and the likeness of Aisha among women is as the likeness of tharid among food." Because of the greatness of the quality of tharid in the eyes of Quraysh, they named Amr ibn Abd Manaf Hashim, when he crumbled Hashama, bread, and made of it tharid, until the name derived from that prevailed over him. Auf ibn al-Qaqa said to his client, "Prepare for us food whose surplus would satisfy the people of the pilgrimage season." You said, when he saw the thin bread and the thick the roast meat, the varieties of dishes, and the people's deeming each colour novel after the other, and the endurance of their eating due to the endurance of the novelty, and that, had it been a single colour, it would have been less for their eating. He said, "Why did you not make it a food of one hand, and not a food of two hands?" You said, "He expanded, then constricted, when he desired to feed them tharid and haze, and everything that is eaten with one hand to the exclusion of two." Ibn al-Qaqa was an Arab who disliked that his client should turn away from the food of the Arabs to the food of the Persians, and desired the continuance of his people upon the like of what they were upon. Moreover, luxury softens them and corrupts them, and that which is open to them from the door of luxury is more severe upon them than that which is closed to them from the door of superfluous pleasure. Umar did more than that by way of discipline when he was invited to a wedding feast. He saw a yellow pot, a red one, a bitter one, a sweet one, and a sour one. So he poured them all into a single great pot, and said, "Verily, if the Arabs eat this, they will kill one another." The explanation of Abu al-Fatih's speech. As for his saying, "The gallant youth is not a snatcher," nashal. The nashal, according to him, is one who takes from the pot and eats before the cooking is done, and before the pot is lowered and the company is complete. The soaker, nashaf, is one who takes the crust of the loaf, opens it, then dips it into the top of the pot and makes it drink the grease, appropriating that to the exclusion of his companions. The sender, mirsal, is of two types. One is he who, when he places in his mouth a morsel of porridge, or tharid, or haze, or rice, sends it into the hollow of his throat with a sending. The other aspect, he is the one who, if he walks in a thicket of seedlings or trees, grips the head of the palm branch or the head of the bough to push it from his face. When he has accomplished his need, he sends it from his hand. It inevitably strikes the face of his companion who follows him. He cares not for that, nor knows what is in it. As for the stuffer, lakam, he is the one who has a morsel in his mouth, then strikes it with another before chewing it well or swallowing it. The sucker, massas, is the one who sucks the hollow of the bone reed after extracting its marrow, appropriating it to the exclusion of his companions. As for the shaker, nafad, he is the one who, when he finishes washing his hands in the basin, shakes his hands of the water, splashing it upon his companions. As for the rubber, dalak, he is the one who does not clean his hands well with potash, but rubs them well with the napkin. He also has another explanation, which is not what you think. It is witty, and will fall in its place, God willing. The hollower, mukawwir, is the one who hollows out the loaves, appropriating the centres and leaving the crusts for his companions. The sifter, mugabil, is the one who takes the salt container and rotates it like the rotation of a sieve to gather its spices, appropriating them to the exclusion of his companions, not caring if he leaves their salt without spices. The gullet talker, muhalkim, is the one who speaks while the morsel has reached his gullet. We say to this one, ugly, leave speech to the time of its possibility. The swallower, musawway, is the one who makes the morsels huge, so he ceases not to choke and ceases not to wash it down with water. The greaser, mulagim, is the one who takes the crusts of the loaf or presses the back of the date with his thumb, that they may carry for him more of the butter and ghee, and of the colostrum and milk, and of the soft-boiled eggs. The green maker, mukadir, is the one who rubs his hand with potash to remove the grease and fat, until, when it becomes green and black from the grime, he rubs his lip with it. This is the explanation of what al-Laythī mentioned of Abu al-Fatih's speech. As for what he himself mentioned, the liquor latter is known. He is the one who licks his finger, then returns it into the broth of the people, or their milk, or their gruel, and the like thereof. The cutter is the one who bites upon the morsel, cutting half of it, then dips the other half into the sauce. The ripper, Nahash, is known. He is the one who rips as the beast of prey rips. The puller, Madad, is the one who perhaps bites upon a sinew that is not cooked, pulling it with his mouth while his hand tensions it for him. Perhaps he severs it with a jerk, causing a splatter upon the garment of the table companion. He is the one who, if he eats fresh dates, or dried dates, or porridge, or rice with his companions, and finishes what is before him, stretches madder to what is before them. The pusher, Daffa, is the one who, if a bone falls into the bowl and ends up on his side, pushes it aside with a piece of bread until a piece of meat takes its place. In doing so, he appears as if he seeks with his morsel to soak up the broth without seeking the meat. The transferer, Muhawwil, is the one who, if he sees a multitude of date pits before him, devises a stratagem to mix them with the pits of his companion. As for what he mentioned of the guest and the day-fan is the guest of the guest. Abu Zayd recited, "If a guest comes, a day-fan comes to the guest, so the day-fans destroy what creates hospitality for the guests." He says the table companion exists only by eye-witnessing, and the guest, even if the day-fan is with him, may not eat with the one who hosted him. He says, thus the eating of the many from where I do not see them is lighter upon me. The parasite, at-Tufayli. As for his saying, the wagil is lighter upon me than the rashin, he claims that the parasite of drink is lighter upon me than the parasite of food. The saying of the people, so-and-so is a Tufayli, is not from the root speech of the Arabs. It is not like Rashin or Lamuz. The people of Mecca call him al-Barki. There was, in Kufa, a man from the Banu Abdullah ibn Ghatafan named Tufail. He was the furthest of people in ranging to seek banquets and weddings. So he was called for that Tufail of the weddings, and this became a nickname for him and a title by which he was known to the exclusion of others. Thus everyone whose manner was such came to be called a Tufaili. This is from the saying of Abu al-Yaqzan. Then al-Harithi said, "More wondrous than every wonder, and stranger than every strange thing, is that you advise me to feed the gluttons, and to hand over my wealth to the people. Yet you are more abstinent in this than I. If you claim that I am more abundant in wealth, and better prepared in provision, there is not between my state and your state such closeness that I should feed forever while you eat forever. If you were to bring from your wealth, in giving and feeding, according to the measure of your capacity, I would know by that you intended good, and sought to adorn me. Otherwise you are but milking a milking, of which half belongs to you. Nay, you are as the poet said, he loves the wine from the money of the boon companions, but hates that the coins should part from him." Then he said, "By God, were I to abandon eating with people and feeding them for no other reason than the ill conduct of Ali al-Aswari, I would abandon it. What is your thought of a man who rips a piece of meat to strip it, swallows his own tooth, and knows it not? He did this at the house of Ibrahim ibn al-Khattab, the client of Sulaim. When he ate, his reason departed, his eyes bulged, He became intoxicated, bewildered, breathless. His face turned ashen, he bound his brow, and heard not, nor saw. When I saw what afflicts him, and what the food afflicts of him, I came to never permit him entry, save when we were eating dates, walnuts, or broad beans. Yet he never surprised me while I was eating dates, but that he shovelled them like dry powder, sipped them like water, and threw them with a throw. Nor did he find them packed together, but that he took a piece like the skull of a bull, then took it by its sides, and lifted it from the ground. Then he ceased not to rip at it lengthwise and crosswise, lifting and lowering until he had finished it all. His grasp never fell save upon the halves and the thirds. He never separated a date from a date. He was the owner of a camel appetite, and was not content with scattered bits. He never threw a pit, nor removed a cap, nor rejected a skin, nor inspected it for fear of weevils or worms. I never saw him but that he appeared as a seeker of blood revenge, a fierce man with a vendetta. It was as if he were a lust-crazed lover or a frozen, starving man. By God, O my brothers, were I to see a man spoiling the mud of the swamp, or wasting the water of the sea, I would turn my face from him. If the people of reflection, and the people of religion and philosophy, if this is their conduct, and this their discipline, then what is your thought regarding him who counts not as they count, and reaches not in discipline where they reach? The story of Al-Kindi. Amr ibn Nuhaywi related to me, saying, Al-Kindi ceased not to say to the tenant, and perhaps he said to the neighbour, Verily in the house is a woman with child, and the pregnant woman perchance miscarries from the smell of cooking. So if you cook, return her craving, even if by a scoop or a lick, for the soul is turned back by the little. If you do not do that after I have informed you, then your expiation, if a fetus, male or female slave, is dropped, is incumbent upon you whether you accept or refuse. He said, so there used to come to his dwelling from the bowls of the tenants and neighbours what sufficed him for days. Most of them noticed, but feigned ignorance. Al-Kindi used to say to his family, You are in a better state than the lords of these estates, for each house of theirs has but one colour, while you have many colours. He said, I was lunching with him one day when a neighbour of his entered upon him. The neighbour was a friend of mine. He did not offer him lunch. I felt shy before him, so I said, Would you not partake with us of what we eat? He said, I have by God done so. Al-Kindi said, There is nothing after God. He said, So he bound him, by God, O Abū Uthmān, with a binding in which he could neither contract nor expand. He left him so that, had he eaten, he would have testified against himself with disbelief, and would have been one who set up something alongside God. Amr said, While I was with him one day, he heard the sound of a jar overturning from the other house. He shouted, What a shattering! The servant girl replied to him, A well, by your life. Thus the girl was, in intelligence, greater than he in scrutiny. Ma'bad said, We stayed in Al-Kindi's house for more than a year, promoting the rent for him, fulfilling needs for him, and keeping faith with the condition. I asked, I have understood the promoting of rent and the fulfilling of needs. What is the meaning of keeping faith with the condition? He said, It is in his condition upon the tenants that the dung of the beast be his, and the droppings of the sheep, and the refuse of the fodder, and that they throw not away a bone, nor take out any sweepings, and that the date pits be his, and the pomegranate peels, and the scoop from every pot cooked for the pregnant woman in his house. In this he would degrade himself before them, but for his pleasantness, his excessive miserliness, and the excellence of his conversation, they bore that. Maḥbūb said, "While I was thus, a cousin of mine arrived with a son of his. Suddenly a note from him came to me. If the stay of these two arrivals is a night or 2 nights, we shall bear that. But if the greed of the tenants for the single night drags upon us the greed for many nights." So I wrote to him, "Their stay with us is but a month or thereabouts." He wrote to me, "Your house is for 30 dirhams, and you are 6, for every head 5. Since you have added 2 men, there must be an addition of 2 5s. So the house is upon you from this your day for 40. I wrote to him, "And what harms you from their stay, and the weight of their bodies upon the earth which bears the mountains, and the weight of their provision, which is upon me, not you? Write to me your excuse, that I may know it." I did not know that I was rushing upon what I rushed upon, and that I was falling with him into what I fell into. He wrote to me, "The characteristics which call for this are many, and they are established and known. Of them is the swift filling of the cesspool, and what is in its clearing of severe cost. Of them is that when footsteps increase, the walking increases upon the surfaces of the mudded roofs, and upon the floors of the plastered rooms, and the ascending of the many stairs. Thus the clay peels, the plaster breaks off, and the threshold fractures, along with the bending of the beams due to much treading, and their breaking due to excessive weight. When entering and exiting increase, and locking and bolting, and the pulling of locks, the doors are battered, and the staples are torn out. When children increase, and the crowd doubles, the nails of the doors are pulled out, every latch is torn, every staple is removed, and every enclosure is broken. Wells for the game of walnuts are dug therein, and they shatter its tiles with rolling stones. This is alongside the ruining of the walls with pegs and the wood of shelves. If the family, visitors, guests and boon companions increase, there is need for the pouring of water and the use of dripping jars and seeping pitchers for double what they were upon. How many a wall has eroded at its base, scattered at its top, its foundation loosened, and its structure collapsed from the dripping of a jar and the seepage of a pitcher, and from the surplus water of the well, and from poor management. And according to their multitude they need baking and cooking, and fuel and heating. Fire leaves nothing and spares nothing. Houses are but fuel for it. Every piece of furniture therein is food for it. How many a fire has consumed the source of the revenue, burdening its owners with the heaviest expense. Perhaps that occurs at the extremity of hardship and severity of condition. Perhaps that crime extends to the houses of the neighbours and to the neighbourhood of bodies and wealth. Were people then to leave the lord of the house to the measure of his affliction and the measures of his calamity, perchance that might be bearable. But they consider him an ill omen, and cease not to find his mention heavy, and increase in blaming and rebuking him. Yea, then they establish kitchens in the upper chambers on the surface of the roofs, even if there is surplus in the ground of the house and space in its courtyard, along with what is in that of risk to lives, deception of wealth, and exposure of the sanctity of the harem on the night of fire to the people of corruption, and their rushing with that upon a hidden secret and a veiled concealed thing. From a guest made light of, a master of the house in hiding, a disliked drink, an accused book, or abundant wealth intended for burial, from which the fire hastened its people, and from many states and matters by which people love not to be known. Then they set not the ovens, nor position the pots, save on the back of the roof, where there is nothing between them and the reeds and wood save thin clay, and a thing that protects not. This is alongside the lightness of provision in securing them, and the safety of hearts from destruction because of them. If you proceed upon that, from us and from you, while you are mindful, this is a wonder. And if you care not for what is upon you regarding our wealth, and forget what is upon you regarding your wealth, this is more wondrous. Then many of you delay the rent and procrastinate in payment, until, when months accumulate against him, he flees and leaves the lords thereof hungry, regretting what was of their good demanding and their kindness. So their reward and thanks was the cutting off of their rights, and the departure with their sustenance. The tenant occupies it when he occupies it, and we have swept it and cleaned it, that it may be fair in the eye of the renter, and the viewer may desire it. When he leaves therein a dunghill and a ruin, which nothing repairs save painful expenditure. Then he leaves not a bolt, but he steals it, nor a ladder, but he carries it, nor a ruin, but he takes it, nor iron filings, but he goes with them. He leaves the beating of the cloth, and the pounding in the mortar, and the pestle upon the ground of the house. He pounds upon the beams, the supports, and the brackets. Even if the house be tiled or paved with baked brick, and its owner had placed in a corner of it a rock to be pounded upon, and to be a protection for it, negligence, cruelty, fraud, and baseness call them to pound where they sit, and not to care for what they spoil. No compensation was ever given for that, nor did he seek to make it lawful from the owner of the house, nor did he ask forgiveness of God for it in secret. Then he deems it much from himself in the year to bring out 10 dirhams, but deems not much from the lord of the house 1,000 dinars in the month. Does he mention what comes to us despite its littleness, and not mention what comes to him despite its magnitude? This while the days, which undo the firmly twisted, wear out the new, and separate the united gathering, are working upon the houses as they work upon the rocks, taking from the dwellings as they take from every wet and dry thing, just as they make the wet dry, and the dry brittle, and the brittle vanished. For the ruin of dwellings there is a near end and a short duration. The tenant therein is he who enjoys it, and benefits from its amenities. He is the one who wore out its newness and went away with its beauty. By him it aged, and its life departed due to his poor management. If we measure the fine at its ruin against its restoration, and after its beginning, and the fine of what is between that of its repair and correction, then compare with that what we took from its revenues and benefited from its renting, there emerges against the dwelling a loss equivalent to the profit gained by the tenant, except that the dirhams which we expended in cost were a lump sum, and those we took by way of revenue came piecemeal. This is alongside poor payment and the compelling need for long demanding, and alongside the hatred of the tenant for the dwelling and the love of the dwelling for the tenant. For the dwelling loves the health of the tenant's body, the briskness of his market if he be a merchant, and the movement of his craft if he be a craftsman. But the love of the tenant is that God should occupy the dwelling away from him however he wills. If he wills, he occupies it with its source, if he wills, with its time, if he wills, with a prison, if he wills, with a death. The axis of his desire is that it be occupied away from him. Then he cares not how that occupation comes to be, save that the more severe it is, the more beloved it is to him, and the worthier that he be secure, and the more fitting that he dwell. Moreover, if his market slackens or his craft stagnates, he persists in demanding lightness from the root of the revenue and deduction from what has accrued against him of the wage. Yet if God brings him profits in his trade and briskness in his craft, he sees not fit to increase a curate in his tax, nor to hasten a penny before its time. Then, if the revenue be in sound coins, he pays most of it in broken pieces, and if it be halves and quarters, he pays it in crumbled clippings. Then he leaves not a mercury-coated coin, nor a blackened one, nor a false one, nor a dud dinar, but he slips it into it and deceives him with it, devising every stratagem and proceeding by every cause. If they return something to him after that, he swears a false oath that it is not of his dirhams, nor of his wealth, nor did he ever see it, nor was it in his possession. If the messenger be the slave girl of the landlord, he corrupts her, and perhaps impregnates her. And if it be a boy, he deceives him, and perhaps commits vice with him. This is alongside overlooking the neighbours, and exposing himself to the female neighbours, and hunting their birds, and exposing us to their complaints. Perhaps he weakens their minds with desires, and opens for them doors of expenditure to find fault with them and profit from them. Until, when he has secured himself with them, he hurries them and constricts them, that they may protect themselves from him by selling part of the house, or by mortgaging the whole, that he may gain, along with the departure, with the principal, safety from the rent due to his long stay. Perhaps he makes it a sale in appearance, and a pledge in secret. Then he demands payment from them without respite, and claims it before the time. Perhaps his deeming the payment of rent weak and heavy reaches such a point that he claims he owns a share, and that he has a hand, so as to become an adversary among adversaries, and a disputant, not a usurper. Perhaps he takes them while accompanied by a woman with whom he commits adultery, making the renting of houses and the inspection of dwellings a pretext for her entry and staying an hour therein. When he settles in the house, he fulfills his need of her and returns the key. Perhaps he rents the house while it needs repair, so he buys some of what fixes it, then seeks a worker of good clothing and neighbours possessing vessels and tools. When the worker is occupied and heedless, he gathers all he can and leaves them wandering. Perhaps he rents next to a prison to tunnel to its people, or next to a money changer to tunnel to him, seeking length of respite and cover, and length of duration and security. Perhaps the tenant commits a crime that calls for the demolition of the house of residence, by killing a slain one or wounding a noble, so the Sultan comes to the house, and its lords are either absent or orphans or weak, and acts not until he levels it with the earth. Furthermore, houses are cast away, and their lords are afflicted and cast down. They are the most deceived of people by people, and the furthest of them in the limit of sound hearts. That is because he who hands over his house, its demolition, its teak, and its doors, along with its iron and the gold of its ceilings, to an unknown person he knows not, has placed it in the positions of deception and upon the greatest danger. He has become in the meaning of the depositor, and the renter has become in the position of the trustee. Yet treason and poor guardianship are swifter to nothing among deposits than to houses. Also, the best of tenants in condition is he who, if he finds a need for repair in the house, and the cost is entrusted to him to be calculated at the end of the months, cheats in the building and increases in the account. So, what is your thought of a people of whom these are the best and the choicest? You also perhaps rent the properties of others for more than you rented them from him. So proceed with us as you proceed with them, and give us from yourselves the like of what you desire from them. Perhaps you built upon the land, so when the building became your structure, though the land belonged to another, you claimed partnership and made it like a lease until you turned it into an old possession or an inherited loan. Another crime is that you destroyed the roots of our wealth, ruined our revenues, and lowered by your ill transaction the prices of our houses and properties, until the revenues of houses fell from the eyes of the wealthy and the people of riches, and from the eyes of the commoners and the rabble, and until they repelled you with every stratagem, and turned their wealth into every direction. Until Ubaydullah ibn al-Hasan said a saying which he sent as a proverb, and which returned upon us as an argument and a harm. That is, he said, the revenue of the house is a mere hold, and the revenue of the palm is a subsistence. The true revenue is only the revenue of crops, and the two offspring livestock. Only our good demand and our patience with your bad payment brought that upon us. You cut it off from us while it is whole upon you, and you delay us with it while it is due upon you. Thus the revenues of houses, though they be greater in price and income, became less blessed and more malicious in root than the rest of revenues. So you are worse to us than the Indians and the Romans, and than the Turks and the Dalim, since you are a more present harm and a more lasting evil. Then, if this is your description, your ornament, and your transaction in a thing which is unavoidable for you, how would you be if you were tested with that from which you have an escape, and regarding which faces are turned away from you, and in which you have the choice, and there is no path of compulsion upon you? This is alongside your saying, dwelling in rented houses is more correct than dwelling in purchased houses. You said, because the owner of the purchase has locked up his pledge, conditioned himself, and become tested thereby, and pledged by its price. He who acquires a house has established a guarantor who protects not, and a leader who pays not. If he is absent from it, he yearns for it, and if he resides in it, provisions bind him and expose him to trials. If they abuse his neighbourhood, dislike his place of prayer is far, his market is distant, his needs vary, and he sees that he erred in choosing it over others, and that he was not guided to his rectitude when he preferred it over another, and that he who is thus is the slave of his house and the servant of his neighbour. But the owner of rent has the choice in his hand, and the command is unto him. Every house is for him a promenade, if he wills, a store if he wills, and a dwelling if he wills. He bears not therein the slightness of humiliation, nor the little of wrong. He knows not disdain, nor is he subjected to abasement, nor does he guard against the envious, nor cajole the makers of excuses. The owner of purchase swallows bitterness, is made to drink from the cup of rage, toils in seeking needs, and bears humiliation, even if he be possessed of pride. If he pardons upon suppressed rage, and that from him is attributed only to weakness. And if he desires recompense, he exposes himself to more than what he disliked. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "The neighbour before the house, and the companion before the road." And you claimed that the payment of rent is easier if it is thing after thing, and that hardships, if they fall in a lump sum, come overwhelming the strength. But as for when it is cut up and separated, none cares for it save he who inspects it and remembers it. But the money of purchase goes out in a lump sum, and its breach in the wealth is wide, and its stab is penetrating. Not every tear is patched, nor every departer returns. And that he is secure from fire, drowning, the leaning of a pillar, the breaking of a beam, the loosening of a foundation, the fall of a parapet, bad neighbourhood, and similar envy. And that he is either in a calamity or expecting a calamity. You said, if he is a merchant, the turning of the price of the house into the faces of trade is more profitable, and its transformation into the varieties of merchandise is more shrewd. And if he is not a merchant, then in what we have described to him is a restraint, and in what we have counted for him is a deterrent. Thus the sanctity of cohabitation, the right of neighbourhood, the need for dwelling, and the suitability of the home did not prevent you when you advise people to abandon purchase. In the stagnation of houses is the corruption of the prices of houses, boldness for the renter, reduction of the revenue, and loss in the root of the wealth. You claimed that you did good to us when you urged people to rent, because of what is in that of prosperity and growth. Yet you intended not our benefit by encouraging them to rent. Rather, you intended only to harm us by your discouraging of purchase. It is not fitting that judgment be passed upon any people save by their path, and by that which prevails over them of their deeds. So these blamed characteristics are all in you, and all are an argument against you, and all call for suspecting you and taking caution against you. There is not in you a praised characteristic nor a pleasing trait between us and you. We have shown you that the judgment of the arriving residents is as the judgment of the residents, and that every addition has a share of the revenue. Were I to overlook for you, O brother of the people of Basra, the addition of 2 men, I would not deem you far from the measure of what I saw from you. That you would compel me to that as it becomes clear, until the rent of one becomes as the rent of 1,000, and residence becomes like journeying, and emptying like occupation. Moreover, were I to withhold from demanding of you, and overlook informing you of what is upon you, the kindness to you would go in vain, since you do not see for the addition a measure. The first one said, and ingratitude is a malice to the soul of the benefactor. And the other said, you exchanged the known for the unknown, and perhaps he who was ungrateful denied the known. You demand of me the hatred of the Mu'tazila for the Shia, and what is between the people of Kufa and Basra, and the enmity that is between Asad and Kinda, and what is in the heart of the tenant of heaviness towards the dwelling. And God will aid me against you. Peace. The narrative of Ismail ibn Ghazwan. Ismail ibn Ghazwan said, how excellent is the milk of al-Kindi! How wise he was, how present his argument, how sincere his breast, and how constant his path. I saw him turning to a group in which there was none but a spoiler, or one who adorns spoiling for its people, from a poet who wishes that all people would cross the limit of the extravagant to the limits of the insane, and from a master of snapping fingers and sponging, and from a flatterer seeking closeness and saying, you name him who prevents wealth from the faces of error, fortifies it for fear of betrayal, and guards it out of fear of humiliation, a miser, intending thereby his blame and his disgrace. And you name him who is ignorant of the virtue of wealth, knows not the humiliation of poverty, gives in extravagance, takes error lightly, abuses the blessing, and degrades himself by honouring another a generous one, intending thereby his praise and his laudation. Suspect regarding yourselves him who prefers you over himself. For he who errs against himself is worthier to err against another. And he who errs in the outward of his world, and in what is found by the eye, is worthier to err in the inward of his religion, and in what is found by the intellect. So you praised him who praised the varieties of error, and blamed him who gathered the varieties of correctness. So beware of them with all wariness, and trust them not in any state. Ismail said, and I heard al-Kindi saying, wealth belongs only to him who preserves it, and riches are only for him who holds fast to them. For the preservation of wealth, walls were built, doors were hung, chests were adopted, locks were made, seals and rings were engraved, and calculation and writing were learned. Why do they adopt these protections for wealth, while you are its bane, its weevil, and its borer? The first one said, "Guard your brother, save from himself." But I reckon that you have taken it in the palaces, and deposited it in the rocks, and neither friend nor messenger nor helper perceived it. Who guarantees for you that you will not be more severe upon it than the thief, and more hostile to it than the usurper? Let us assume I have fortified it from every hand that owns it not. How can you fortify it from the hand that owns it, when it is more capable over it, and its motives are more numerous, and we know that the preservation of wealth is harder than its gathering? Are people approached save from themselves, then their trusted ones? So wealth belongs to him who preserves it, and regret to him who destroys it. Its spending is its destruction, even if you beautify it with this name and adorn it with this title. You claimed that we named miserliness reform and stinginess economy, just as a people named defeat withdrawal, and foul speech wit, and removal from office dismissal, and the unjust one over the land tax an investigator. Nay, rather it is you who named extravagance generosity, and boasting liberality, and a man's poor consideration for himself and his offspring nobility. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Start with those whom you support." Yet you desire to enrich the family of another by impoverishing your own family, and to make the stranger a master by the misery of the near relative, and to favour him who turns not from you, and whom, if you gave to him forever, would take forever. You have known what our companion said to the brother of Taglib, for he said, "O brother of Taglib, I, by God, used to run as this stream runs, and I ran when the Nile was cut off. I, by God, were I to give to you, I would not reach you until I had passed over who is worthier of that than you. Were I to enable the people over my wealth, they would strip my house brick by brick. By God, nothing remains with me of it, save what I prevented the people from. But I say, by God, were I to enable the people over myself, they would claim my enslavement after stripping my blessing." Ismail said, and I heard him saying, "I wonder at him whose dirhams are few, how he sleeps. But he who sleeps not from joy is not equal to him who sleeps not from grief." Then he said, "The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said in the testament of a man on the day of his poverty and need, and before his death rattle. A third and a third is much." The Quranic inheritance principles imply specific shares, 4:11-12, and this hadith limits bequests. The jurist deemed it good, and the righteous wished that we reduce something from the third due to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, deeming the third much, and due to his saying that you leave your heirs rich is better than that you leave them dependent, begging from the people. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, had mercy on our families only through the excess of his mercy for us. So how do you command me to prefer yourselves over myself, and advance your families over my family, and to believe in praise as a substitute for riches, and to hoard the wind and manufacture the mirage instead of gold and silver?" Ismail said, and I heard him saying to his family and his companions, "Be patient regarding fresh dates at their beginning and their first appearance, and regarding the first fruits. For the soul possesses a sudden impulse at every novelty, and a caprice at every onset, and for the comer there is sweetness and joy, and for the new there is delight and freshness. If you turn it back, it turns back, and if you deter it, it is deterred. The soul is abstinent, yet flighty and familiar. What you burden it with, it bears, and if you neglect it, it corrupts. If you do not restrain all its motives and cut off all its thoughts in the first turning back, they become fewer in number and weaker in strength. If that takes effect in it, then admonish it regarding that first fruit with high cost and scarcity. For the mention of high cost and scarcity is a sound argument and a working cause in nature. If it answers you regarding the first fruit, then impose upon it the like of that in the beginnings of its abundance, and strike the decrease of desire and the decrease of the strength of overcoming with the measure of what has occurred to it of cheapness and abundance. You will not meet on this calculation in treating the desire in your tomorrow, save the like of what you met from it in your today, until the days of the fruit pass, while you are upon the like of your initial state and upon the first of your struggling against your desire. When you do not count desire as a trial, and passion as an enemy, you are deceived by them and become weak before them, and you entrust them with yourself, though they are the most present enemy and the worst insider. Guarantee for me the first impulse, and I guarantee for you the completion of patience, the consequence of ease, the firmness of might in your hearts, riches in your offspring, and the permanence of people's honouring of you. For even if there were no benefit in riches save that you cease not to be honoured by him who never obtained from you a dirham, the merit in that would be clear and the profit manifest. And were there no blessing in wealth and benefit in ease, save that the lord of much money, were he connected to a great king, and among his sitters there be one of more necessary sanctity, older companionship, truer love, more enjoyable company, and more benefit and correctness, yet he is light of state and little of means. Then were that king to desire to divide money or distribute a gift among them, he would make the luck of the wealthy one greater, though he be in everything below his companions, and the luck of the light one less, though he be in everything above his companions. We have mentioned the epistle of Sahal ibn Harun, the doctrine of al-Huzami, the stories of al-Kindi, the tales of al-Laythī, their arguments, the oddities of their miserliness, and the novelties of their stratagems. The story of Muhammad bin Abi al-Mu'ammal. I said to Muhammad bin Abi al-Mu'ammal, I perceive that you provide food and prepare it, expending wealth and offering it with generosity. Yet there is but little profit between the scarcity of bread and its abundance. People deem him a miser whose loaves are few, even if they behold the vastness of his table. However, I see that the skulls of those who eat with you outnumber your loaves. Verily, if you did not burden yourself, nor force your wealth into such quality and abundance, and then ate alone, people would not blame you, nor would they concern themselves with your affairs. They would judge you neither with miserliness nor with generosity, and you would have lived safe and abundant, being merely one among the commonality of people. But since you expend the precious wealth and sacrifice that which is guarded, only out of a desire for mention and gratitude, and to secure a reward, we have come, due to the scarcity of your bread amidst all other things, to accept that a safe return is sufficient spoil for you, and that he who gains praise and gratitude has done so simply by remaining safe from dispraise and blame. Therefore, increase the number of your loaves by a little, for by that slight increase this blame shall be transformed into gratitude, and this dispraise into praise. Do you not know that you shall not emerge safe from this matter after such great cost, neither having gained nor lost? So look into the matter. May God have mercy upon you. He said, O Abū Uthmān, you're mistaken, and the mistake of the wise is ever great, even if his excuse be small. For when he errs with precision and sophistication. Thus, in proportion to one's deep thinking and burdening of oneself, one drifts far from guidance and departs from the path of correctness. I doubt not that you have advised according to the utmost of your judgment. However, fear that which I have made you fear, for it is indeed fearful. Nay, that which I do is more indicative of a soul generous with food, and more indicative of a stratagem to make them reach the utmost limit. For when bread abounds upon the tables, it bequeaths to the soul a sense of aversion. Every edible thing, and even that which is not edible, if it fills the eye, fills the chest, and therein lies the death of appetite and the stilling of movement. Were a man to sit upon a threshing floor of superior dates, or upon a heap of described pears, or 100 bunches of praised bananas, his eating would only be in proportion to his sense of novelty. It would not be like his eating if these things were brought to him on a clean plate, with a clean servant bearing a clean napkin. Furthermore, our companions are familiar, trusting, and at ease. They know that the food was prepared for them, and that their eating of it is more fitting than its tearing apart by servants and followers. Had they needed it, they would have called for it, and they would not have felt shy regarding it. At the very least, they would have tested this once or twice, and would not have judged us with miserliness without having seen the reality of it. But if they were shy while we have made them feel at ease, and if their opinion of us is such, despite the burden they see us bear for their sake, then these are companions of false accusation and affectation. It is not within my power to satisfy the accuser, nor to refute the affected. I said to him, I have indeed observed their eating in their own homes and at the homes of their brethren, in many states and different places, and I saw their eating at your house, and I beheld a disparate matter and a grave affair. I reckon that the accusation against them is prevalent, that weakness encompasses them, and that ill opinion rushes towards them specifically. Why do you not remedy this matter with that which bears no burden, with a thing of no significant worth? Or else abandon inviting them, sending for them, and striving for their response? For these people do not cast themselves upon you. Rather, they come to you seeking your affection. If you wish to test what I say, then abandon the frequency of messengers and letters, and the feigning of anger when they are slow to come, and then observe. He said, Verily, when bread abounds upon the table, that which remains from what they eat is not safe from being soiled and greased. The piece of bread soaked in sauce, or the flatbread that is stained, I cannot bear to look at it, and I am also ashamed to return it. Thus that surplus goes to waste, and God loves not the vain. I said, But there are people who order it to be wiped and make tharid, soapy, from it. If you were to adopt their fashion and tread their path, it would accomplish what you desire and what we desire. He said, Do I not know what tharid is and from what it is made? And how can I prevent my soul from imagining or stand between it and memory? Perhaps the people would recognize this over the length of days, and this would be ugly. I said, Then order it given to the dependents, for the stained white bread stands in the stead of clean coarse bread. Furthermore, wiping and rubbing removes what grease has attached to it. He said, My dependents, may God have mercy upon you, are of two kinds, one whom I deem too great for this and elevate above it, and another who has not reached such status with me that he should be luxuriated with white bread. I said, Then make all your bread coarse, for the difference between it and white bread in beauty and taste does not equal the difference between praise and blame. He said, There is an opinion here that is the most just of matters and the most moderate. It is that we bring this increase of bread upon a tray and let it be near where the hand may reach it. Thus no one, due to its proximity, will need to call for it, and its closeness to his hand serves as abundance upon his table. I said, "The thing preventing it from being requested is the very thing preventing it from being transferred. Obey me, and bring forth this increase from your wealth however you wish. And know that this analogical reasoning and the length of this debate is more harmful to us than that which I forbade you, and that contrary to which I sought to guide you." When the time for lunch arrived, he called out to his servant, who was large, with a loud voice, prone to guttural depth, pomposity, widening of the mouth, strong articulation, and emphatic decisiveness, "O Mubashir, bring from the bread the completion of the count of heads." I said, "And who ordained for them this obligation? And who decided upon them this decisiveness? Do you not see that if one of them is not satisfied by his loaf, he must inevitably rely upon the loaf of his companion, or withdraw while still possessing an appetite, leaving his hand hanging, waiting for the custom? Thus the matter has returned, and that which we debated has been nullified." He said, "I know nothing but that leaving food altogether is easier for us than this dispute." I said, "Of this there is no doubt. You would have acted correctly in my view, and taken for yourself the path of confidence, had you fulfilled this saying." He was wont to say often, "Boy, bring some of its roasted parts and make it little, and prepare for us cold water and make it much." And he would say, "Everything of the affairs of the world has changed, turned from its order, and been altered, even the sharing of meals. May God fight men with whom we used to eat. I never saw a bowl lifted from before them, except that there was surplus in it." They knew that the bringing of the kid, young goat, was but a custom of high tables, made as a consequence and a seal, a sign of ease and completion, and that it was not brought for tearing and destruction. Had its people intended ill by it, they would have presented it before anything else, so that the sharpness of hunger would fall upon it. Indeed, none eats from it when it is brought except the jester, or he who, had he not seen it, would have lifted his hand and waited for nothing else. For this reason Abu al-Harith Jumayn said, when he saw it untouched, "This is the one defended against." Had he not witnessed people acting thus, he would not have said what he said. They used to avoid the egg of the vegetable dish, each leaving it for his companion, such that the bowl would be lifted with the eggs specifically remaining as they were. But today, if you wish to delight your eye with a single glance at one, or at the eggs of the side dish, you would not be able to do so. Undoubtedly, many people have abandoned it, having no reason save that they would be partners to those of ill conduct. He used to say, "Condiments are the enemies of bread, and the most hostile of them is the salty." Were it not that God took vengeance upon it and aided against it by its companion's demand for water and the abundance thereof, I would have thought it would consume both tillage and offspring. Along with this, he would say, if people drank water with their food, they would not suffer indigestion. Those who drink least are those most burdened by indigestion. This is because a man does not know the measure of what he has eaten until he partakes of water. He may be full while unaware. Then, if he exceeds the measure of need, he suffers repletion. But if he partakes of water, bit by bit, it makes known to him the measure of his needs, and he adds nothing save in the measure of benefit. Physicians know that what I say is truth, but they know that if they adopted this view, they would become unemployed, and their earnings would vanish. What need have people for healers if their bodies are healthy? In the speech of all people is the saying that the water of the Tigris is more digestible than the Euphrates, and the water of Mehran is more digestible than the water of the river of Balkh. And in the saying of the Arabs, This is sweet water upon which wealth thrives, is proof that water aids digestion. They even said the water upon which are naphtha fires is more digestible than the water upon which are tar pits. So upon you is the drinking of water at lunch, for it is more wholesome. He used to say, "What is the matter with a man who, when he says, 'Boy, give me water,' or 'give so-and-so water,' is brought a small jug, according to the measure of quenching thirst? Yet if he says, 'Feed me something,' or says, 'Bring food for so-and-so,' is brought bread that exceeds the group, while food and drink are allied and supporting brothers." And he would say, "Were it not for the cheapness of water and the dearness of bread, they would not have been ravenous for bread and abstemious with water." People hold the edible in greater reverence if its price is high, or if it is scarce in its origin and the place of its element. This pure carrot and this green Abbasid fava bean are more delightful than the pears of Khorasan or the garden bananas. But people, due to the shortness of their ambition, desire not save according to the price, and yearn not save according to scarcity. The common folk, in their desires for food, go only with imitation, or with custom, or according to what is aggrandized in their estimation regarding the status of the food. I do not eat boiled carrots with vinegar, oil, and murrey, fermented sauce, to the exclusion of truffles with butter and pepper due to cheapness, or for the sake of saving money, but due to its true goodness, and because it is salutary for the nature. He who knew this, knew it, and he who was ignorant of it, was ignorant. When he was in his home, perhaps a friend would enter upon him, preceded by one or two visitors. He would employ upon his table such deceptions, stratagems, and management as Qais bin Zuhair, al-Muhallab bin Abi Sufra, Hazim bin Khuzaymah, and Harthama bin Ayyan never attained even a part of. He possessed therein such trickery as neither Amr bin al-As nor al-Mughira bin Shu'bah knew. He would often hold a toothpick in his hand to suggest to the one entering that he had finished his lunch. If a friend entered upon him, and he had resolved to feed the visitors who came before, and his chest tightened at the arrival of the third, even if he had invited him and sought him out, he would wish to use a stratagem against him, or the fourth, if each was afflicted by the other. So he would say upon his first entry and the removal of his sandals, raising his voice in acclaim and exclamation, "Bring, O Mubashir, something for so-and-so to eat. Bring him something to partake of. Bring him something," relying on the guest's shyness, or his anger, or his pride, hoping that he would say, "I have already done so, eaten." If that wretched one missed the cue, and his heart was weak, and he was constrained, and he said, "I have indeed done so," and the host knew he had secured him and cast him behind his back, he would not be satisfied with that until he said, "With what did you lunch?" Thus the guest must inevitably lie or offer ambiguous answers. When he had secured him with a bond and left him unable to murmur, he would not be content until he said in a narrative of his, "We were at so-and-so's, and so entered, and he invited him to his lunch, but he refused. Then it seemed right to him, so he said, 'In your food is a vegetable dish you prepare well,' and then he took of it. He would not cease increasing his bonds, closing the doors upon him and preventing any sudden changes of mind, until, reaching the limit, he would say, 'O Mubashir, since so-and-so has lunched and sufficed, bring us something with which we may trifle.' When they placed the food, he would turn to the shyest of them, or the most ravenous, asking him for a beautiful story or a long news report. He would ask him only for a story that required gesturing with the hand or head, all to distract him. When they had eaten the beginning, he would feign languor, preoccupation, and pecking like one full and satiated. Yet in doing so, he would not lift his hand, nor cut off his eating. It was but plucking after plucking and suspending the hand in the intervals. Inevitably, some of them would contract and lift their hands. Perhaps this would encompass the whole group. When he knew he had secured them and tricked them, such that he uprooted them from their places around the table and returned them to their seats in the gathering, he would begin eating the food of a hungry man stricken by cold, saying, "Eating is by turns, and drinking is by turns." He used to say often to his companions, if they came to him early, "Why do we not drink cups upon an empty stomach? For it kills worms, and we may cheer our souls a little. It finishes off all excess humours and stimulates the appetite for food after an hour. Its intoxication is more delightful than the intoxication of repletion. The drinker upon a full stomach is an affliction, and he is, moreover, proof that you are a mere nabith drinker. He who does not drink upon an empty stomach is degenerate in chivalry, and a pretender among the companions of wine. One fears for his liver from the intensity of drink upon an empty stomach, only because of how long it has been since he touched meat. This morning draught washes away from you the grime, and banishes indigestion. The only cure for a hangover is drinking by the large cup. Al-Asha knew this best when he said, "And a cup I drank for pleasure, and another with which I cured myself of the first." This, may God preserve you, is the day in which they behold not a single morsel, nor does there enter their bellies of snacks the weight of a mustard seed. It is the day of his complete joy, for he has profited by the avoidance of calamity and enjoyed the companionship. Once he bought a shabut, a large fish, while in Baghdad. He took it as a superior, mighty specimen, paying a high price for it and escalating in its cost. It had been a long time since he had eaten fish. Being from Basra, he could not bear patience away from it. He had magnified the matter of this fish due to its high price, its fatness, its size, and the intensity of his craving for it. Just when he thought to himself that he was alone with it, and would isolate himself with its delicacies, and had bared his forearms and directed himself toward it, Al-Sidri attacked him, and with him was another. When he saw him, he saw the Red Death and the sweeping plague. He saw the decreed inevitable and the back-breaking calamity. He became certain of evil, and knew he had been afflicted by the dragon. Al-Sidri did not grant him delay, but gouged out the navel with the scoop of his hand. He turned to me and said, "O Abū Uthmān, Al-Sidri is fond of navels." The word had barely parted from his mouth before Al-Sidri seized the nape and tore away both sides entirely. He turned to me and said, "And Al-Sidri is fond of the nape." He had not finished his speech before Al-Sidri had scooped away the entire back meat. He said, "O Abū Uthmān, and Al-Sidri is fond of backs." He did not think Al-Sidri knew the virtue of the shabut's tail and the sweetness of its meat, thinking it would be left safe for him, deeming knowledge of that to be obscure. He knew not until Al-Sidri had swept away what was on both sides of the face. Had Al-Sidri not overwhelmed him, burdened him, grieved him, filled his chest, and filled him with rage, he would have attained a portion alongside him, for he was a glutton. But rage was among Al-Sidri's helpers against him. When Al-Sidri had eaten all its delicacies, and he remained among the spectators, having nothing left in his hand of what he had hoped for in that fish save severe rage and heavy debt, he thought that in the rest of the fish there might be what would satisfy him and cure his craving. In that was his consolation, and that was what held together his last breath and the remnants of his soul. But when he saw al-Sidri tearing it apart frantically and devouring it with voracity, he said, "O Abū Uthmān, al-Sidri is fond of everything." Rage was generated in his belly, and trembling unsettled him. His soul turned malignant, and he ceased not to vomit and suffer looseness of the bowels. Then fever mounted him. His repentance was sincere and his resolve complete, that he would never eat with a ravenous man, nor an abstemious one, nor ever buy a fish, cheap or expensive. And if they gifted it to him, he would not accept it, and if he found it cast aside, he would not touch it. This is what was present with me of the story of Ibn Abi al-Mu'ammal. He has died. May God pardon us and him. The story of Asad bin Jani. As for Asad bin Jani, he used to make his bed in winter from peeled reeds, because fleas slide off the skin of the reed due to its excessive smoothness and sleekness. When summer entered and his house became hot upon him, he would stir up the earth until he drowned the spade, then pour upon it many jars of well water and tread upon it until it was level. That house would cease not to be cool as long as it was damp. If the dampness extended and its coolness endured with its endurance, he sufficed himself with that cooling for his summer. If it dried before the passing of summer and the heat returned upon him, he returned to it with stirring and pouring. He used to say, "My burlap is my earth, and my burlap is from my well. My house is cooler, and my burden lighter. I also surpass them by the virtue of wisdom and the quality of the instrument." He was a physician, but trade became stagnant for him once. A sayer said to him, "The year is pestilential and diseases are spreading. You are a learned man, possessing patience, service, eloquence, and knowledge. From whence comes this stagnation upon you?" He said, "As for one reason, I am, in their view, a Muslim. The people believe before I practiced medicine, nay, before I was created, that Muslims do not prosper in medicine. My name is Asad, whereas my name ought to have been Salib, Gabriel, John, or Bira. My kunya, agnomen, is Abu al-Harith, whereas it ought to have been Abu Isa, Abu Zakaria, or Abu Ibrahim. Upon me is a cloak of white cotton, whereas my cloak ought to have been black silk, and my pronunciation is the pronunciation of an Arab, whereas it ought to have been the dialect of the people of Gundashapur." The story of al-Thawri. Al-Khalil al-Saluli said, "Al-Thawri turned to me one day, and he owned 500 jaribs, a measure of land, between the chair of charity and the river of Murrah, buying nothing save every distinct excellence, having land famous for noble soil, high position, and abundant yield." He said, he turned to me one day and said to me, "Have you ever dipped your bread in olive water?" He said, I said, "No, by God." He said, "Verily, by God, had you done so, you would not have forgotten it." He said, I said, "Indeed, by God, had I done so, I would not have forgotten it." He used to say to his dependents, "Do not cast away the pits of dates and fresh dates. Accustom yourselves to swallowing them, and train your throats to let them pass. For the pit binds the fat in the belly, and warms the kidneys with that fat. Take lesson in this from the bellies of the chosen livestock, and all that feeds on pits. By God, if you compelled yourselves to eat seeds and pits, and to crunch barley and feed on alfalfa, you would find yourselves quick to accept. People actually eat alfalfa as stalks, barley as scorched grain, the pits of green dates, and the pits of pressed dates. There remains now but one obstacle for you. If you desired warmth, you would seek fat. And how do you not seek something that suffices you against the smoke of fuel, the ugliness of the dam, and the heaviness of debt? Fat gladdens the heart and whitens the face, while fire blackens the face. I am able to swallow pits and feed them to the sheep, but I say this out of consideration for you. He used to say, "Eat fava beans with their skins." For the fava bean says, "He who eats me with my skin has eaten me, and he who eats me without my skin, I'm the one who eats him." What need have you to become food for your food, and eaten by that which was made to be eaten by you? He used to designate a great wealth, and he had no heir. He would mock some people, saying at the time of witnessing, "You know that I have no heir, so if I die, this wealth is for so-and-so." Many people were eager to do business with him for this reason. I saw him myself for a time of the age. I never saw him save with his sandals in his hand, or walking the length of his day in sandals with cut heels, harsh upon their owner. He said, "These Magians roam Basra, Baghdad, Fars, Awaz, and the whole world in Sindhi sandals." It was said to him, "The Magian does not consider the latticed sandal lawful in his religion, so you never find him save barefoot or wearing Sindhi sandals. But you are a Muslim, and your wealth is great." He said, "Must he whose wealth is great open his purse for expenses and for thieves?" They said, "Is there no station between these two?" The hadith of Al-Khalil. Al-Khalil said, Al-Thawri sat at the circle of the reformers in the mosque, and heard a man among their wealthy ones say, "Line everything you have, for it is more enduring. For a command did God make the abode of the hereafter enduring, and the abode of the world fleeting." Then he said, "Perhaps I have seen a single lined garment cut into 4 shirts, and a single turban cut into 4 waist wrappers. This is due only to the cooperation of the folds and the mutual support of the layers. So line the reed mats, line the woven mats, line the rugs, and line your lunch with a drink of cold water." He said, Al-Thawri said to him, "I understood nothing from what you said save the single letter, sentence." Al-Khalil said, Al-Thawri fell into a fever, and his family and servant fell into a fever. They were unable, due to the severity of the fever, to eat bread. Thus he profited the measure of flour for those days. He rejoiced at that, and said, "If my home were the market of Awaz, or Nata of Khaybar, or the valley of Al-Jufa, I would hope to save every year 100 dinars." He did not care if he and his family had a fever forever, provided he saved their sufficiency of flour. He used to say, "If I see a man buying a kid, young goat, I have mercy on him. If I see him buying a chicken, I despise him. If I see him buying a francolin, I do not do business with him, nor do I speak to him." And he said, "The beginning of reform, which is obligatory, is the patching of sandals, the excellence of the layering and greasing them every day, and tying the thong of the sandal in the fashion of the ascetics, lest a person tread upon it and cut it. From the obligatory reform is turning the cloth of the cap if it becomes dirty, and washing it of its dirt after turning. And make it a hibara, Yemeni fabric, for it is of that which has a return. And of that is taking the summer shirt as a cloak in winter, and acquiring a milking sheep if you have a donkey. The acquisition of a versatile donkey is better than the revenue of 1,000 dinars, for it is for your saddle, and by it you attain distant needs. Upon it you grind, thus saving what the miller would profit from you, and you transport upon it his needs and your needs, even firewood, and you haul water upon it. All these are costs which, if gathered, would be a great wealth in the year. Yemen and Oman. Then he said, "I bear witness that gentleness is a bringer of good fortune, and that clumsiness is an ill omen. I once purchased a loose outer garment used for winnowing. I wore it, by the will of God, as a cloak and a wrap. Then I had need of a shawl, so I cut it, God knows, and wore it by the will of God. Then I had need of a tunic, so I made it, God knows, into the lining of a quilted tunic, and I wore it by the will of God. Then I extracted what was sound from within it, and made of it pillow-cases, and I appointed its cotton for the lamps. Then I made that which was too small for pillow-cases into caps. Then I proceeded to the soundest parts of the china and glass wrappers, and whatever had no patch I made into a wiping cloth for myself and the servant girl, for when we had attended to the needs of men and women. And I made the scraps, and that which had become like threads and teased cotton, into stoppers for the heads of bottles. I have seen him and heard from him much discourse regarding parsimony. He was of the people of Basra, lodging in Baghdad at the mosque of Ibn Rahman. I have not seen a sheikh of wealth around whom gathered such a collection of misers as gathered around him. Ismail ibn Ghazwan, Ja'far ibn Sa'id, Haqqan ibn Subay, Abu Yaqub al-Awar, Abdullah al-Arudi, and the Harami Abdullah ibn Kasib. This Abu Abdul Rahman was intensely miserly, possessed of a powerful eloquence, and sharp of tongue. He would argue in defence of miserliness, advise it, and summon others to it. I know of no one who stripped the subject bare in a book save Sahal ibn Harun and himself. The Testament of a Miser. This Abu Abdul Rahman is he who said to his son, "O my son, verily the spending of small coins opens upon you the gates of fractions, and the spending of fractions opens upon you the gates of dirhams, and the spending of dirhams opens upon you the gates of dinars. The tens open upon you the gates of the hundreds, and the hundreds open upon you the gates of the thousands, until this consumes both the branch and the root, obliterating the substance and the trace, bearing away the little and the much. O my son, the interpretation of the dirham has become Dar al-Ham, the house of anxiety, and the interpretation of the dinar is Yudnik ila al-Nar. It draws one near to the fire. If the dirham departs without a successor and goes forth without a substitute, anxiety revolves around the fraction of its exit. And it is said, the dinar draws one near to the fire, because if one spends it without a successor and sends it forth without a substitute, he remains destitute, deprived, and a pauper, grounded in dust, constrained in his exits. Necessity then calls him to vile earnings and wicked sustenance. And wicked earning nullifies justice, departs with dignity, necessitates punishment, and causes entry into the fire. This interpretation which he devised for the dirham and the dinar is not his own. Rather, it is something that Abd al-Ala the storyteller used to speak of. For when it was said to Abd al-Ala, "Why is the dog called Khalit?" he said, "Because it is little, Kala, and sticks, Lata." And when it was said to him, "Why is the dog called Saluki?" he said, "Because it extracts, Yastol, and casts down, Yulki." And when it was said to him, "Why is the sparrow called Asfur?" he said, "Because it disobeyed Kasa, and fled, Farah." And this Abd al-Ala is the one who used to say in his stories, "The poor man, his cloak is a mere hanging thread, his broth is a boiled vegetable, his bread loaf is a fragment, and his fish is a split piece." In this he had much fragrance, and some of the commentators claim that Noah the prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, was named Noah, Noah, only because he wailed Nahar over himself, and that Adam was named Adam only because he was taken from the surface, Adim, of the earth, and they said his colour was the tawny darkness, Udma, of the earth's colour, and that the Messiah, Al-Masi, was named the Messiah only because he was wiped, Musiha, with the oil of blessing. And some of them said, because he would not reside in a single land, and was as though he was a surveyor wiping Masi, the earth. The wonders of Ibn Abdul Rahman. Then the conversation returned to the oddities of Abu Abdul Rahman. Abu Abdul Rahman used to admire animal heads, praising and describing them. He would not eat meat save on the day of sacrifice, or from the remains of his sacrifice, or if he were at a wedding, an invitation, or a travel table. He named the head the wedding, due to the gathering of pleasant varieties within it. At times he would call it the comprehensive, and at times the complete. He used to say, the head is a single entity, yet it possesses wondrous colours and divergent tastes. Every cooking pot and every roast is but one thing, whereas the head contains the brain, and the taste of the brain is distinct. And it contains the two eyes, and their taste is something distinct. And it contains the fat which lies between the base of the ear and the rear of the eye, and its taste is distinct. Indeed, this fat in particular is more pleasant than marrow, softer than butter, and richer than clarified fat. In the head is the tongue, and its taste is a thing distinct, and within it is the soft palate and the cartilage in the nose, and the taste of both is something distinct, and within it is the meat of the cheeks, and its taste is something distinct. He would proceed until he had categorized the remaining offal. And he would say, the head is the master of the body. Within it is the brain, which is the mine of the intellect, and from it branch the nerves wherein resides sensation, and by it is the sustenance of the body. The heart is but the gate of the intellect. Just as the soul is the perceiver, the eye is the gate of colours, and the soul is the hearer and the taster, while the nose and the ear are but gates. Were it not that the intellect resides in the head, the intellect would not depart upon a blow striking it, and in the head are the five senses. He used to recite the saying of the poet, "If they strike my head, and in the head is the greater part of me, then abandoned at the encounter is the rest of me." And he would say, people did not say, this is the head of the matter, nor so-and-so is the head of the battalion, nor he is the head of the people, nor they are the heads of men and their nobles, nor did they derive leadership, riyasa, and chief, rais, from the head, nor so-and-so headed the people, except that the head is the ideal and the vanguard. When he finished eating the head, he would take the skull and the jawbones and place them near the dwellings of ants and mites. When they had gathered upon it, he would take it and shake it into a basin containing water. He would cease not to repeat this in those places until he had uprooted the very source of the ants and mites from his house. When he had finished with that, he cast it into the firewood, to kindle the rest of the wood with it. Whenever it was the day of heads, he would seat his son with him at the table. Yet this was only after long stipulations, and after making him understand what he desired. Among what he would say to him was, "Beware the greed of children, the gluttony of farmers, and the manners of wailing women. Cast aside the clumsy tramping of sailors and labourers, and the tearing bites of the Bedouin and the menials. Eat from what is before you, for your share is that which has fallen and become nearest to you. And know that if there be in the food something exquisite, a noble morsel or a desirable piece, it belongs to the revered elder and the pampered child, and you are neither of these. You attend invitations and answer feasts, entering houses while your memory of meat is fresh, yet your brethren are in sharper craving for it than you. Furthermore, I detest for you the succession of meat, for God holds in hatred the household of flesh-eaters. Omar used to say, "Beware of these slaughterhouses, for they possess an addiction like the addiction to wine." And he used to say, "The one addicted to meat is like the one addicted to wine." And the Messiah saw a man eating meat and said, "Flesh eating flesh, fie upon this as a deed." And Harim ibn Qutbah mentioned meat and said, "Verily it kills the predatory beasts." Al-Muhallab said, "Meat arriving upon one without craving, this is the Red Death." And the ancients said, "Two red things destroy men, meat and wine, and two red things destroy women, gold and saffron." O my son, accustom yourself to selflessness and the struggling against desire and passion. Do not tear at food like the tearing of vipers, nor crunch like the crunching of heavy horses, nor prolong the eating like the prolonged grazing of ewes, nor swallow the mouthfuls of camels. Abu Dar said to those who had changed among the companions of the Messenger of God, "Peace be upon him. You crunch and we gnaw, and the appointment is with God. Verily, God has favoured you and made you a human being, so do not make yourself a beast or a predator. Beware the swiftness of satiation and the excess of gluttony." A wise man once said, "If you are bellied, count yourself among the chronically ill." And Al-Ashar said, "And gluttony is of that which makes dreams foolish." And know that fullness is the caller of indigestion, and indigestion is the caller of sickness, and sickness is the caller of death. And whoever dies, this death has died a ignoble death, and he is the slayer of his own soul, and the slayer of his own soul is more blameworthy than the slayer of another. And marvel, if you wish to marvel. God, glorious is his mention, has said, "And do not kill yourselves." 4:29. Whether we kill ourselves or kill one another, it is an interpretation of the verse. O my son, the killer and the killed are in the fire. If you were to ask the skilled among physicians, they would inform you that the generality of those in the graves died only of indigestion. Know the error of he who said, "A single meal and a single death," and take the saying of he who said, "Many a single meal has prevented many meals." Al-Hasan said, "O son of Adam, eat in 1/3 of your belly and leave 1/3 for reflection and breath." And Baḥr ibn Abdullah al-Muzani said, "I did not find the taste of life until I exchanged hunger for fullness, and until I wore of my clothes only that which would serve me, and until I ate only that from which I need not wash my hands." O my son, by God, the one stuffed with food knows not the right of bowing, nor the duty of prostration, nor does the glutton humble himself before God. Fasting is a bringer of health, and set meals are the life of the corrupt. Then he said, "For a reason did the lives of the Indians lengthen, and the bodies of the Bedouin remain sound. To God is the merit of al-Harith ibn Qalada, when he claimed that the remedy is abstinence, and that the disease is the introduction of food upon food." O my son, why did the minds of the Arabs become clear, and the senses of the Bedouin become true? And why did the bodies of the monks become healthy despite their long stay in hermitages, so that they knew not gout, nor joint pain, nor tumours, save for the paucity of their intake of food, the lightness of provision, and sufficing with the little? O my son, verily the breeze of the world and the spirit of life are better than that you should pass the night stuffed, deserving of a shortened life. And how can you not desire a regimen that gathers for you health of body, acuity of mind, righteousness in the hereafter, abundance of wealth, and nearness to the life of the angels? O my son, why has the lizard become the longest lived of things, save that it lives upon the breeze? And why did the messenger, peace be upon him, claim that fasting is a suppression of desire, except to make hunger a barrier against lusts? Understand the discipline of God, for he intended it only for the likes of you. O my son, I have reached 90 years. No tooth has loosened, no bone has shifted, no nerve has scattered. I have known no wringing of the ear, no tearing of the eye, no incontinence of urine. This has no cause save the lightning of provision. If you love life, then this is the path of life, and if you love death, may God not cast far away any but the unjust. This was his testament on the day of heads alone. His family had nothing but the gleaning of scraps and the sucking of bones. He would not buy a head except during the increase of the moon, for the sake of the increase of the brain. And he would not buy except the head of a young beast, for the abundance of the brain. For the brain of the young is more abundant, and its marrow less, while the marrow of the aged is more abundant, and its brain less. They claim that the crescents and the waning moons have a known effect upon brains and blood, and there's a manifest difference between them in spring and autumn. The Bedouin and the Arabs claim that if the seed falls into the womb at the first of the crescent moon, the child emerges strong and large, and if it is in the waning moon, he emerges frail and slender. He recited the saying of the poet, "She conceived during the crescent moon after purity, and the herald of light had appeared. Then he grew and did not suckle a colt, for the suckling of the waning moon is a great defect." Abū Uthmān used to buy that head from all the headmongers of Baghdad, save from the headmongers of the mosque of Ibn Rughban. He would not buy it, save on a Saturday. The matter became confused for him between winter and summer, so at times he would buy it in this season. As for his abstinence regarding the heads from the mosque of Ibn Rughban, it is because the people of Basra prefer the meat of the castrated goat over all sheep, and the heads of sheep are fattier, meatier, cheaper, and tastier. The head of the buck has more meat than the head of the castrated one, because the castrated goat sweats its skin, and the meat of its head lessens, and its skin, even if it is a goat, does not reach a tenth of the price of the buck's skin, and its head is but inferior. Therefore he bypassed it for another. As for the choice of purchasing heads on Saturday, it's because the butchers slaughter more on Friday, so the heads abound on Saturday in proportion to the surplus of what they slaughter, and because the common folk, the merchants and the artisans, do not crave eating heads on Saturday, given the recency of their eating meat on Friday, and because the generality of them have remnants remaining with them, which prevent them from desire, and because people scarcely combine heads and meat upon a single table. As for the confusion of his regimen regarding the difference between winter and summer, the reason is that justifications would present themselves to him, and motives would arise according to his craving and the movement of his appetite, whether it coincided with summer or winter. For meat in the summer is cheaper, and heads follow the meat, and because people in winter are eaters of it, while in the heat of summer they are more abstinent. So he would choose cheapness over the propriety of the occasion. If its motives grew strong in winter, he said, "One winter head is like 2 summer heads, for the fed animal is not like the grazing one, and that which ate fodder in confinement, bound, is not like that which ate grass in the desert, free." He was confident that he would survive the winter with his health and body, but in doubt regarding his preservation in the summer, due to the decrease of people's desire for heads in the summer. Thus he feared the consequence of that leftover and the crime of that surplus. He would say, "If I eat it after fullness, I am not secure from ruin, and if I leave it for them in the summer, and they know not the cause, they will demand it of me in the winter. The anecdotes of al-Anbari al-Makki narrated to me, saying, I was one day with al-Anbari when a servant girl of his mother came with an empty jug and said, Your mother says, I have heard that you have a cooling jar, and our day is a hot day, so send me a drink from it in this jug. He said, You have lied. My mother is wiser than to send an empty jug and have us return it full. Go and fill it from the water of your jar, and empty it into our jar, then fill it from the water of our cooling jar, so that it may be something for something. Al-Makki said, Thus he intended that she should exchange a substance for a substance, and an accident for an accident, so that his mother would gain nothing save the difference between the two accidents, which is the coldness and the heat. As for the quantity of substances and accidents, it was like for like. Al-Makki said, I entered upon him one day, and there was a basket of dates with him, and his wet nurse was sitting opposite him. Whenever he ate a date, he threw its pit to her. She would take it, suck it for a time, then set it aside. I said to Al-Makki, Did he leave anything of the flesh of the date upon the pit? He said, By God, I saw her chew a pit once after she had sucked it. And he shouted at her a shout. Had she killed a slain man, there would not have been more than that from him. It was only that she should exchange with him the accidents and surrender to him the substance. She was taking the sweetness of the pit and depositing upon it the moisture of saliva. The anecdotes of Abu Qutbah al-Khalil said, Abu Qutbah used to receive an income of 3,000 dinars. Yet from his miserliness he would delay the cleaning of his cesspool until the day of intense rain and the flowing of the gutters, so that he might hire only one man to extract what was in it and pour it into the road, so the torrent would sweep it away and carry it to the canal. Between the place of his well and the pouring point was a distance of 200 cubits. For the sake of an increase of 2 dirhams, he would endure the waiting for a month or 2 months, even if it flowed into the road, and the people were harmed by it. He said, And he looked one day at the sweepers, while he was sitting with us among men of Quraysh, as they were extracting what was in his cesspool and throwing it into the road, while the flow of the gutters carried it away. He said, Do not ducks, young goats, chickens, fledglings, francolins, barley bread, fish sauce, leeks, and salted fish all become what you see? Why then should one pay dearly for something that becomes, along with the cheap, one in meaning? Al-Khalil said, and I heard him say, Beware of breaking wind in your clothes in which you go out, and in your quilts in which you sleep, for breaking wind generates lice. By God, I speak only from knowledge. Then he said, Did you know that sound tans? We said, And how does sound come to tan? He said, The silent emission is a fart without sound, and they both emerge from a single flask. So how can one be pleasant and the other foul? This is what indicates to you that it is the sound that tans it. He said, They were 3 brothers, Abu Qutbah, Al-Tayl, and Bani, from the descendants of Attab ibn Asid. One of them used to perform Hajj on behalf of Hamza and say, He was martyred before he could perform Hajj. The other would sacrifice on behalf of Abu Bakr and Omar and say he missed the sunnah in omitting the sacrifice. The other would break his fast on behalf of Aisha during the days of Tashriq and say, She erred, may God have mercy on her, in her fasting during the days of the Eid. So whoever fasts on behalf of his father and mother, I break fast on behalf of Aisha. The anecdotes of Filway, a woman who knows matters, narrated to me, saying, There was a funeral gathering in the neighbourhood, wherein gathered old women from the crones of the quarter. When they saw that the people of the funeral had established the wailing, they withdrew and conversed. While they were in their discourse, they mentioned the righteousness of sons towards mothers, and their spending upon them. Each one of them mentioned what her son bestowed upon her. One of them said, while the mother of Filway was silent, and she was a righteous woman, and her son feigned asceticism while professing miserliness, possessing a shop in the cemetery of Banu Hizn, where he sold scraps, she said, "Then I turned to the mother of Filway and said to her, 'What ails you that you do not speak with us about your son as they speak? How has Filway dealt between you and him?' She said, 'He used to grant me in every Eid al-Adha a dirham.' Then she said, 'And he has cut it off as well.' The woman said to her, 'And did he grant you nothing but a dirham?' She said, 'He granted me nothing but that, and indeed he would perhaps insert one adha into another adha.' She said, so I said, 'O mother of Filway, and how does he insert an adha into an adha?' People may say, so-and-so inserted a month into a month and a day into a day. But as for adha into adha, this is something belonging to your son in which no one shares with him." The story of Tamam bin Jafar. Tamam bin Jafar was miserly with food, excessively stingy. He would attack everyone who ate his bread with every excuse and demand of him every account, until he might even deduce against him that his blood was lawful. If a companion said to him, "There is no one on earth who walks more than I, nor anyone upon its back stronger in running than I," he would say, "and what prevents you from that when you eat the eating of 10? And does anything carry a man save the belly? May God not praise him who praises you." If he said, "No, by God, I am unable to walk, because I am the weakest of creation at it. Indeed, I become breathless from walking 30 paces. He would say, "And how can you walk when you have placed in your belly what 20 porters carry? Do people move except with lightness of eating? And what paunchy one is capable of movement? Verily, the stuffed one is incapable of bowing and prostration, so how then of much walking?" If he complained of his tooth, saying, "I did not sleep last night due to its pain and throbbing," he would say, "I marvel at how you complain of one, and how you do not complain of all. And how have you remained until today with a jaw in your mouth? What tooth is strong enough for such crushing and grinding? By God, the Syrian millstones would become dull, and the thick mortar would be followed by pounding. Indeed, I deem this malady slow in coming to you. Be gentle, for gentleness is a blessing, and do not be clumsy with yourself, for clumsiness is an ill omen." And if he said, "No, by God, I have never complained of a tooth of mine, nor has a tooth of mine shifted from its place since I knew myself," he would say, "O madman, it is because much chewing strengthens the gum flesh, fortifies the teeth, tans the gums, and nourishes their roots, whereas relieving the molars of chewing relaxes them. The mouth is but a part of man. Just as man himself, if he moves and works, becomes strong, and if his silence is prolonged, he becomes soft and slack, so too are the molars. But gently, for exhaustion breaks strength, and for everything there is a measure and a limit. So this tooth of yours, you do not complain of it, and your belly also, you do not complain of it?" If he said, "By God, I quench my thirst with water, and I do not think there is anyone in the world who drinks more water than I," he would say, "Soil must have water, and clay must have water to wet it and quench it. Is not the need in proportion to its abundance and paucity? By God, were you to drink the water of the Euphrates, I would not deem it much for you, with what I see of the intensity of your eating and the size of your mouthfuls. Do you know what you might be doing? You, by God, are jesting. You do not see yourself? Ask about yourself one who will tell you the truth, that you may know that the water of the Tigris falls short of what is in your hollow. If he said, I have not drunk water at all today, and yesterday I drank not the measure of half a pint. There is no human on earth who drinks less water than I, he would say, because you leave no place for the drinking of water, and because you hoard in your hollow a treasure with which water finds no entrance. It is a wonder you do not suffer indigestion, for he who does not drink water at the table knows not the measure of what he has eaten, and he who exceeds the measure of sufficiency is worthy of indigestion. If he said, I do not sleep the whole night, insomnia has destroyed me, he would say, and do the stuffing, the bloating, and the rumbling allow you to sleep? By God, were it nothing but the thirst that wakes people, you would not sleep. He who drinks much urinates much, and he whose entire night is between drinking and urinating, how can sleep take him? If he said, It is but that I lay down my head, and I am a stone cast down until morning, he would say, that is because food intoxicates, numbs, causes languor, dampens the brain, wets the veins, and the whole body goes slack upon it. If it were just, you ought to sleep night and day. If he said, I woke up desiring nothing, he would say, beware of eating a little or a lot, for eating a little without appetite is more harmful than much with appetite. The table said, Woe is me from him who says, I do not want. And furthermore, how can you desire food today when you ate yesterday the food of 10? He used to say often to his drinking companions, Beware of eating during a hangover, for the remedy of the hangover is drink. The hangover is indigestion, and the one suffering indigestion, if he eats, dies inevitably. And beware of excess following cupping, phlebotomy, and the bath. Keep to lightness in the entire summer, and avoid meat specifically. He used to say, People are corrupted only by people. This one who farts and speaks cold words and repulsive novelties, were he not to find someone to laugh for him, and some to thank him and feign laughter, or were it not that he displays wonder at himself, the farter would not fart, nor would any feign witticisms save those naturally possessed of them. The saying of people to the gluttonous eater and the voracious one, So-and-so eats beautifully. This is what destroyed him and increased his greed, until he made that a craft, and until he would perhaps eat, for the sake of their saying, and their encouragement, and their wonder, that which he could not bear. So he ceases not to attack a people, eating their provision, and leaving them without provision. Had they said, instead of their saying, So-and-so eats beautifully, so-and-so is the ugliest of people in eating, that would have been a rectification for both parties. The miser at the table ceases not to invite the voracious of belly, and prepare for him good food, to negate from himself the saying, and to belie from himself those suspicions. Were the strength of the molar counted among virtues, and its owner praised for it in assemblies, the prophets would have been the most eating of creation, and God, glorious is his mention, would have distinguished them with greed that he gave to no one else among the worlds. How so, when it is in the traditional narration, the believer eats in one intestine, and the hypocrite eats in 7 intestines? Do we not see them reviled for gluttony, greed, and abundance of eating, and praised for asceticism and paucity of food? Did not the prophet, peace be upon him, say, Whoever points him to the beautiful woman is the slain one? And a man cursed Ayyub ibn Sulaiman ibn Abd al-Malik, saying in some of his abuse, Your mother died of gluttony, and your father of indigestion. Furthermore, have you ever heard of anyone who boasted of the intensity of his father's eating, saying, "I am the son of the eater of the Arabs"? Nay, we have seen the companions of wine and the youths praise themselves for abundance of drinking, just as they praise themselves for the paucity of intake. And thus said the Arabs. The poet said, "A piece of liver suffices him if he lights upon it from the distress, and a small cup suffices his drinking." And he said, "He waits not for what is in the pot, seeking it, nor do you see him before the people, tracking the source." And he said, "The shank is not submerged from fatigue or weakness, nor does the yellow one bite upon his cartilage. The yellow ones are the serpents of the bellies. They arise only from residues and indigestion, and from corruption and gluttony." He drank the draught of wine, and the singer sang to him, so he tore his shirt from rapture. The master said to him, he was called al-Maḥlūl, the dissolved, and he was at his side, "You also, woe to you, tear your shirt." And this al-Maḥlūl was among the signs. He said, "No, by God, I will not tear it, and I have no other." He said, "Then tear it, and I will clothe you tomorrow." "Then I will tear it tomorrow." He said, "What shall I do with your tearing of it tomorrow?" He said, "And what do I hope for from tearing it now? I have never heard of a human who draws analogies and debates regarding the moment in which the shirt is torn only from the dominance of rapture, other than him and his master Maḥlūl. Ali the blind. Ali the blind entered upon Yusuf ibn Kulkair, who had already lunched. He said, "O servant girl, bring a lunch for Abu al-Hasan." He said, "Nothing remains with us." He said, "Bring woe to you, whatever there is, for there is no shyness with Abu al-Hasan." Ali did not doubt that he would be brought a stained loaf, a smeared flatbread, sugar, the remains of broth, a bone, a leftover roast, and the remnants that remain in the bowls and saucers. But she came with a tray upon which was nothing but a loaf of dry rice, with nothing else accompanying it. When they placed the table before him, he roved his hand over it, being blind, and fell upon nothing but that loaf. He knew that his saying, "There is no shyness," applies only with the little. He did not think the matter had reached this extent. When he found nothing else, he said, "Woe to you, not all of this at once. You have lifted shyness entirely." Did the speech apply only to this? The spinner Muhammad ibn Hassan al-Aswad narrated to me, saying, "Zakaria, the cotton merchant, informed me, saying the spinner had a piece of land in front of my shop. He leased half of it to a fishmonger, deducting from him what he could of the cost of rent. He said the spinner was a wonder in miserliness. He would come from his house with a loaf in his sleeve, and for most of his time he would eat it without condiment. If the matter became difficult for him, he would take a salted fish, jaw wafa, from his tenant for a grain, and record a penny against him in his account. If he wished to lunch, he took the salted fish and wiped it upon the face of the loaf, then bit upon it. Perhaps he would open the belly of the fish, and line its sides and belly with morsel after morsel. If he feared that this would exhaust it, and its belly would close up, he would request from that fishmonger some fish salt. He would stuff its hollow to inflate it, and to pretend that this was its salt with which it was salted. Perhaps his appetite would overcome him, so he would nip the tip of its nose, and take from the tip of the cartilage something to make his morsel palatable. That would be from him only in the very last morsel, to scent his mouth with it. Then he would place it in a corner. If he bought yarn from a woman, he would insert that salted fish into the price of the yarn, by way of inserting goods, and calculate it against her for a penny. Thus he would recover the capital and gain the condiment. Ibn al-Mukaffa and Ibn Judam. Our companions narrated from Abdullah ibn al-Mukaffa, who said, Ibn Judam the Shabi used to sit with me, and perhaps he would return with me to the house, lunch with us, and stay until it became cool. I knew him for intense miserliness and abundance of wealth. He insisted upon me to visit him, and I resolved against him in refusal. He said, May I be made your ransom? You think that I am one who takes on affectation, and you fear for me? No, by God, it is nothing but dry crust, salt, and water from the jar. I thought he intended to lure me by making the matter seem light to him. I said, This is like the saying of a man, O boy, feed us a crust, or feeding a beggar 5 dates, while the meaning is multiples of what the word signifies. I do not think anyone invites the likes of me to a ruin in the interior, then brings him dry crusts and salt. When I came to be with him, and he placed it near me, a beggar stood at the door and said, Feed us from what you eat. May God feed you from the food of paradise. He said, May you be blessed. He repeated the speech, and he repeated to him the like of that saying. The beggar repeated it to him, so he said, Go, woe to you, for they have answered you. The beggar said, Glory be to God, I have not seen the likes of today, anyone refusing a morsel while the food is before him. He said, Go, woe to you, or else I will come out to you by God and break your legs. The beggar said, Glory be to God, God forbids that the beggar be rebuked, and you would break his legs. I said to the beggar, Go and rest yourself, for if you knew the truth of his threat as I know it, you would not stand for the twinkling of an eye after his refusal of you. Abu Yaqub al-Daknan. Abu Yaqub al-Daknan used to say, Meat has not escaped me since I possessed wealth. Whenever it was Friday, he would buy beef for a dirham, and buy onions for a danik, eggplants for a danik, and squash for a danik. If it was the days of carrots, then carrots for a danik, and he cooked it all as a vinegar stew, sikbaj. He and his family would eat their bread on that day with something from the top of the pot, and what broke off in the pot of the onions, eggplants, carrots, squash, fat, and meat. When it was Saturday, they crumbled their bread into the broth. When it was Sunday, they ate the onions. When it was Monday, they ate the carrots. When it was Tuesday, they ate the squash. When it was Wednesday, they ate the eggplants. When it was Thursday, they ate the meat. For this reason, he used to say, Meat has not escaped me since I possessed wealth. The people of Al-Jazeera. Our companions said, We stopped by some people of Al-Jazeera, and lo, they were in a cold land, and lo, their firewood was the worst of firewood, and lo, the land was entirely a single thicket of tamarisk. We said, There is nothing on earth more noble than tamarisk. They said, It is noble, and from its nobility it causes flight. They said, We said, And what is it from which you flee? They said, The smoke of tamarisk digests food, and our dependents are many. The people of Al-Mazi and Al-Mudabir people have faulted the inhabitants of Al-Mazi and Al-Mudabir for certain matters. Among them is that their pastries, kushkanan, are of barley flour, and its filling, which should contain walnuts and sugar, is of coarse flour. The people of Al-Mazi are not known for miserliness, but they are the worst of people in condition, so their estimation is according to their living. We recount only regarding the misers who combined miserliness with ease, and the fertility of the land with the life of the people of drought. As for he who restricts himself because he knows nothing but restriction, his path is not the path of these people. Sulaiman al-Kathri al-Makki said, I had an uncle named Sulaiman al-Kathri, named so for the abundance, kathra, of his wealth. He used to draw me close while I was a boy until I reached maturity. Yet with that closeness he never gifted me anything. He had exceeded in that the limit of misers. I entered upon him one day, and before him were pieces of broken china not worth a carat. When he had satisfied his need of them, I extended my hand to take a piece. When he looked at me, I withdrew my hand. He said, Do not withdraw. Expand and be at ease, and let your opinion be good, for your status with me is as you love. So take it all, for it is yours with its fuzz and its entirety, and it is yours altogether. My soul is generous with that. God knows that I am delighted by what reaches you of good. I left it before him, rose from his presence, and turned my face, just as I was, towards Iraq. I saw him not, nor did he see me, until he died. Al-Makki said, Sulaiman heard me reciting the poetry of Imru al-Qais. We have sheep that we drive, abundant, as though the horns of their large ones were sticks. They fill our house with dried curd and ghee, and sufficient for you of wealth is satiety and quenching. He said, had he mentioned with this something of clothing, it would have been good. He is the one who said to Yahya ibn Khalid, when he tunnelled into Abu Qubais and added to his house, You aimed at the sheikh of the mountains, shook him and made a breach in him. And he said, when he was reproached for the paucity of laughter and intensity of scowling, That which prevents me from laughter is that man is nearest to giving when he laughs, and his soul is cheerful. Maḥbūb the engraver. Maḥbūb the engraver accompanied me from the Congregational Mosque at night. When I came near his house, and his house was nearer to the Congregational Mosque than my house, he asked me to spend the night with him, saying, Where do you go in this rain and cold, when my house is your house, and you are in darkness with no fire, and I have colostrum, luba, the likes of which people have not seen, and dates whose quality suffices you, suited only for it. So I turned with him. He delayed for a time, then brought me a bowl of colostrum and a plate of dates. When I extended my hand, he said, O Abū Uthmān, it is colostrum and its thickness, and it is night and its stagnation, then a night of rain and dampness, and you are a man who has advanced in age, and you cease not to complain of a trace of hemiplegia, and thirst rushes to you quickly, and you are fundamentally not a man of supper. If you eat the colostrum and do not indulge fully, you will be neither an eater nor a leaver, and you will have provoked your nature, then cut off the eating when it was most desirable to you. And if you indulge fully, we shall pass an evil night from concern over your affair. We have not prepared for you wine nor honey. I have said this speech only lest you say tomorrow, It was thus and thus. By God, you have fallen between the fangs of a lion. For had I not brought it to you, having mentioned it to you, you would have said he was miserly with it, and changed his mind regarding it. And if I brought it, and did not warn you of it, and did not mention to you all that is upon you in it, you would have said, He did not pity me, nor advise. I have acquitted myself to you of both matters. So if you wish a single meal and a single death, and if you wish some endurance and sleep in safety. I have never laughed as I laughed that night. I ate it all, and nothing digested it, save the laughter, activity, and joy, as I suppose. Had there been with me one who understood the pleasantness of what he spoke, laughter would have finished me, or judgment would have been passed upon me. But the laughter of one who is alone is not like the share of the participation of companions.